Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Welcome. And hello, ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to a brand new endeavor tonight. Welcome, first champion. You get all of the introduction. You are our first champion, and you have brought forth the wolves. Hello and welcome. Tonight is a special discourse night. One, because our topic is topical and interesting. Oh, hello. No tunage today? Why do you say no tunage? What is not tuning or tuning? Let me know if something's not working. It's a special discourse night tonight because we're going to be talking about what you might do if somebody granted you, namely a judicial branch of a government, granted you 6 months of criminal immunity to any act that you might do as your current job. You usually have music in the background. The rest of your audio is good, but your music is of the not there. I see music. Oh, music in the opening scene? Did we mean that? I will get that fixed. Thank you for letting me know. If it just happened today, I was futzing around a lot with stuff. So thank you for letting me know. So not only are we officially doing an interesting discourse about our current president's interesting dilemma, and I'm curious about your thoughts if you were in this position. Not necessarily as a president, maybe just as you, as a citizen, at your job, or maybe just at your home. 6 months of purge rules. What would happen? What would you do? But we are also kicking off our edition of a 4th stream in a new format at the same time as the other previous streams. For those of you catching me for the first time, it's true, I do stream to YouTube, to Twitch, to Kick, all at the same time. And as of tonight, right now, it's actually happening. You can open a browser tab and check for yourself, or pop up your phone. We are also live streaming on Instagram. Welcome. That meant an entirely new format and a new everything to make it work. So if you want to help test tonight, this is a beta test to see how well this works, to see if it's running on all 4 cylinders. Please open browser tabs for YouTube, for Twitch, for Kick, and for Instagram. Search my name on all 4 and check to see how the sound, the graphics, the everything is streaming. Is everything working right? Is everything in a place where it ought to be? Check it all. Let me know how it's serving. And if anything needs corrections, this is the week to do it. We'll do a lot of course correction. There'll be a lot of live production work to make sure that this happens. But we are officially breaking into the vertical streaming format tonight. That's an interesting question. Hi, Everett. Hello. I think the answer depends a lot on whether this is a purge-like scenario in which others get the same immunity too. For the sake of an apples-to-apples comparison with what the Supreme Court just decided, let's say it's just Everett. You're the only one with this immunity for 6 months. Also, it's a pretty lousy government that would empower its judicial branch to grant someone that sort of power. I would be tempted to agree with you there. Yeah. Hello, Sam. Hi and welcome. I love that emoji. You always come up with the best intro emojis. We are also going to be doing more to incorporate the lovely Fort Kelvin into our megalopolis project on Enshrouded while we discuss this particular topic tonight. Congrats on the Insta stream. Thank you very much. This was so much work, but none of my friends who stream are doing multi-streaming yet. So I'm testing everything. I'm essentially the guinea pig for everything. And I wanted to kick off 2024 doing 4 streams simultaneously, but I did not have the rights to do the 4th one. Namely, that one was TikTok. At some point this year or next, I want to break into that as well, in which case maybe we'll stream in 5 places. I don't know. We'll see how it works. But for now, let's work on 4. Let's see how vertical and horizontal work at the same time. And yeah, just have fun with it. All right. Without further ado. Pop into my server here. If you're watching this on mobile, I don't know what to tell you. You can probably only have one stream open at a time. But if you're on your desktop tonight, and the majority of you every night are on desktop, then I encourage you to check out the vertical stream on Instagram and see how it do. How do you pull up somebody's live stream on Instagram? Please let me know when you find it. Sam, I see you found it. And Fauna, good to see you. It's been a very, very long time, dear friend. I hope everything's well in your world. Another caveat to consider, I would presume that this means anything done in that window can't be tried at a later date as well. Everything done in that window. Oh, the immunity. Yes. Anything done in your immunity window can't be brought up later on. I need a place to sleep. It is too dark to do building. There should be one right up that way. It is too dark for me to even see where I need to be flying to. I'm just gonna fly into a cliff. Yeah, for those of you wondering the context of tonight's discourse and do not keep up with politics are unsavory to you, or you just haven't been up with what's going on, the Supreme Court in the United States has granted certain criminal immunity charges to acts of presidency so that a president can step in and do what needs to be done in their in the course of their administration. There are immediate fears that this will have repercussions as far as the way the January 6th gathering occurred and whether Donald Trump has any culpability there. There are immediate concerns that if Donald Trump wins the election, to what degree he wants to use these powers, because he's already talked about a number of ways in which he feels that the federal capabilities that a president has right now are too limiting and that he wants better. But the Supreme Court passed this ruling while Biden is still in office, which means Biden gets some of this immunity right now as well for about 6 months. Well, there's one thing that I could do that's a bit on the nose or obvious, so I may add to this later. Okay. I have my own answer, but in unusual fashion for me, I used to do it this way. I may hold off on granting my answer for a little bit, not to poison the well. I did that originally in discourses for a while, and then I thought, you know what? Baiting you to wait like half the stream before I say anything is a little bit rude. It's a little bit clickbaity, and I felt it was an unsavory practice to keep doing. But I would like to see a few answers before I pop in with my own impression on what should or shouldn't happen. Oh, a lot of this is really coming together quite nicely. Top of that tower is a little bit blaring. So are the sides. We might go to that tower next and start some work there. Also, nobody's torn down the main door, which I think needs to happen. This does not really need to be left boarded up like this. This should be a proper doorway. I work in financial processing and... oh. Is this just in an odd place? I think I might have used the enshrouded scene for something else. And I made chat, and placed chat in a weird place. Or maybe it was upon Oz's recommendation. Alright, it's a little bit better. I'm intimately familiar with the types of security that banks and payment processing companies utilize. I'd absolutely eliminate all debt across the board, as well as any record used for credit monitoring. Interesting. I like the credit monitoring going back to zero. It's a very Fight Club sort of answer. Actually, weren't they wiping out debt as well? That came to mind since I just finished work. My initial reaction is that I wouldn't have anything that I ought to do. However, I would at least think about vigilantism. I'm sure there are a few people who we all feel have escaped justice in some way. Maybe not necessarily that we agree on somebody, but that we all agree that somebody out there has escaped proper justice. They've paid off the right people, they're friends with or related to somebody, or they're just in a what would be considered a protected class where they pay a fine. It's some nominal amount that of their earnings and they get away with it. Yeah. That's something I've only shallowly considered, though. Still in brain not active mode. No problem. By all means, be brain inactive when it's a suitable time to do so. Now is usually a good time. Right around... Actually, I was going to say only for East Coasters, but West Coast is probably a great time too right now. To just clock yourself out and enjoy. And here I am trying to make you think a little bit extra. Well, you don't have to right this moment. Oh, and I'd kneecap Truth Social and cause any device attempting to access it to break. That one is at least partially a joke. I I do believe that there are some components to social media networks like that that are sincerely used by somebody out there that thinks they're just getting a better social media experience, and they're not necessarily biased in any negative kind of way. I do feel like that group of people exists. I know some of them, actually. There are some folks I know, especially who are maybe like ex-military or just distrustful of government in some reason, for some reason, who like to have certain types of social media that wouldn't be so overbearing and have such strict TOS, or be so what's the word I'm looking for, like big tech. But we all know who the majority of Truth Social users actually are. Also, let's keep in mind that immunity for official conduct is pretty common. Arkansas grants it to various lower ranking officials, like volunteers on random regulatory boards. Interesting. I assume that all of the Supreme Court justices believe that they have immunity for their work on that case itself. I'd imagine that they do believe that. Yeah. I know that just today, I believe it was just today, AOC has officially filed papers of impeachment against certain Supreme Court justices, although she is facing a majority of probably dissenting opinion in the House. And I think this is largely a, what's the word I'm looking for, ceremonial and ideological filing, an announcement of her disdain at the situation, and not particularly anything meant to have legal teeth in it. Yeah. Also, journalists, etc. Yes, I saw her articles of impeachment. A bit performative. Yes, that is a great word. Performative would probably best describe the maneuver. But, you know, something that when you feel very strongly about what you're seeing in government, I can understand wanting to express it in a way that whether or not it has legal teeth, it is a message to your constituents about how you feel, and a pledge to the ones that agree with you that you will fight fights even if they're not necessarily winnable, right? Some fights are just a symbol of connection between you and the people that you represent. So I understand the concept. It's not empty. It has its own meaning to it. AOC seems incapable of understanding what a properly running judicial branch should be. I think her ideology is she wants her constituency to feel like somebody out there agrees with their disdain, and that she will do something to show them that they have somebody batting for them, whether she actually gets to bat for them or if it's just for show. I suppose that's up to her constituency to decide upon, whether they feel happy that she did so, or if they feel like they're just being politicked. All right. Well, the base is looking significantly better. I'm still leaving little bits of rubble here and there just for visual intrigue, but I really don't want anything to look like it's been, you know, fully destroyed. The tower should look and feel living and well created. Does this seem right? It seems like there's a nice dip in two of these walls, and it is not present in the other two, although there are windows right here, which makes the dip sort of hard to carry around as a motif. Plus, you've got the stairs here. Maybe that's why they didn't do it. It's kind of a shame, though. With the national opinion of the Supreme Court being at an all-time low, it's very likely meant to pander to people wondering why nothing has been done. Yeah, some people do respect a performative gesture more than none at all, right? It shows to them AOC is on their side and feels the way they feel. Whether that's true or not, that's the attempt she's trying to show, right? Oh my. This is quite a holy building here. It's not even a church. Sorry, that was awful. I'll go. I'll go. That's better. This post here, though. I heard a gentleman theorycraft. This isn't my opinion, but this is somebody's opinion I heard. That if he were in the position where he had immunity. In the shadows, Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Thank you for the lurk, Troa. Still a bit too warm to cook, so I'm gonna run the snag of the foods. Please let us know what you decided upon when you come back. Let's see. And if she actually was acting responsibly, she would promote public confidence in government by showing respect for another branch of government. I think the posture for the Democrats right now is to show a lack of respect for a branch of government that they feel was populated by their opponents conspiratorially, you know, waited, lurked, and decided upon as a hostile action. Trying to think exactly how to word it, but I'm sure you know the ideology that they're posing is one of things were manipulated against the will of the people, such that the Supreme Court is ideologically antithetical to the Democratic Party and the ideas that they're trying to espouse. This is just an awful place to build unless I build scaffolding, which I should just pony up and do. That makes it a lot easier. I don't know why I was trying to do it from the angles I was standing on. I understand the rhetoric is the Supreme Court, if they're appointed by somebody with strong Republican values, then they couldn't possibly work without bias, right? They're, the idea is the courts were stacked. The new justices were implemented in a predatory manner, and they cannot be trusted to follow the letter of the law because they have immense bias. They were placed in specifically as sort of like ringers in the fight, right? That's the democratic concept that's being pushed, and so her confidence in that branch of government would show opposition to the rest of the Democratic Party and their support or lack thereof of these folks. AOC is welcome to waiver her own immunity if she wants to be against immunity. Interesting. What sort of immunities does a senator have? Curious. Campechana, carne asada, rice, beans, and a brace of street tacos already ordered. Just for pickup. Sounds so good. Troa, I've already eaten my food for the night, and you make me so hungry. Yes, I'm familiar with the tendency in the Democratic Party to have disdain for my line of work and the judiciary. Well, the curious part about maintaining that concept, the concept of these justices can't possibly act without bias, is that they seem to be, right? There are so many ways in which they have held legal decisions that were antithetical to what the GOP tended to fight for ideologically. And as a result, they couldn't possibly be, are they playing like a slow game behind the scenes where they hope to curry a certain amount of favor with the Democrats and then pull out, you know, really strong coup de grace at the end and do this hostile Republican shift? It doesn't make sense. What makes sense is that they're actually holding on to proper legal decisions, and they are not acting in immensely negative bias, but that they do seem to be upholding proper choices for what's the word I'm looking for? Upholding case law, upholding an unbiased view on what they would be doing with their power. Not least of which recently their choice to allow the FDA's continued, well, Everett course corrected me on this, so I better use my choice of words very carefully. That a court case levied against the FDA to limit their capacity to allow for a mail order pill-based abortion medicines, that they threw out that case. And as a result, the FDA continues unabated. And that is one that the casual Democrat would see as a casual win in their favor. What am I doing? Oh, I need more of whatever stone this is. City wall block. I'm using a ton of it in this particular project. Let's do 5,000. What do you think AOC would do with 6 months of immunity? You don't have to answer that, but I'm curious. All right. Still so many holes in these walls. It just makes this whole tower look tacky. Having it all fixed up isn't necessarily a more beautiful tower. It actually makes things look a little vapid and boring, which is why I like to leave some of the distressing and some of the rubble. do that at the right level? I hope so. I was stating somebody's opinion I had heard earlier this week about what he would do, but I'll wait for the folks in the cheap seats to come back from an ad break before we go down that rabbit hole. This feels like it also needs stairs. Like, yes, it's cool that this tower has this trellis right here, but if we're rebuilding this back to its, you know, proper glory, a place like this is not stairless and just, you know, informs its inhabitants, hey, if you live in this tower, you're gonna have to climb the lattice here. That's the only way up. I think it needs both. Yes. Just a little bit of a platform here then. It to come out just a little bit more. That's good. Okay, grabbing the trellis there automatically is a little bit annoying. I'll spend my 6 months of immunity trying to stop AOC from doing what she would do during her 6 months of immunity. Cute. This gentleman, his opinion that I heard earlier was if he were in Biden's shoes and he had 6 months before potentially losing a presidency to his opponent, what he would do is I totally missing every step of getting it back into this tower the easy way. I cannot get that loop. There it is. It's up there. He said he would Guantanamo all of his oppressing vantage point. Anybody with a paradigm that's oppressive or antagonistic to his own, essentially put them away for a while, suppress their capacity to vote, which is problematic because you need a certain amount of participants to get a popular vote, right? So if they're detained otherwise, then there'd be problems with that. But yeah, that was his idea. And then to make it so that the Supreme Court didn't have the power to grant that kind of immunity specifically to the president. And then make that point irreversible. Replace the Supreme Court justices with ones that were more favorable to this particular guy's ideology, and then remove the immunity that exists as his last step, except retroactively, so that he could maintain the choices that he made for perpetuity. Which sounds like a lot of gamer mentality, a lot of like min-maxing, to be honest. I was just like, wow.
You are my dad. You're my dad.
Well, hello. Welcome, everyone's dad. The streamer of Oz is here. As for immunity for members of the U.S. Congress, I know they're liable for criminal bribery, but I can't think of anything else for which they don't have immunity. It's pretty absolute immunity under the speech and debate clause and many other authorities as well. It's a little bit scary. I don't know what I feel about those levels of immunity, not least of which I still am on the fence about how I feel about lobbying and why it should be a form of essentially legalized contribution to somebody's efforts. I know that campaign monies don't necessarily win every campaign, but the amount of money that gets tossed around from certain big corporations does seem to coincide with certain types of policy ideas that get thrown around, not least of which the preservation of dying industries and the tax system and its ability to be circumvented by certain smart and easy tactics of the rich. Who cares what team put what justice on the court? For some reason, people think that social categories like gender, race, or political affiliation give perfect predictors for their stances on things like policy or decision making, as if a woman would always vote pro-choice, a Democrat would never support corporate bailouts, etc. It just doesn't work that way. Right. There have definitely been some decisions that have been controversial by the Supreme Court, but I don't think they necessarily speak to a court that is biased to the right just because of how some of those justices got put into power. Let's do a shout out for the Streamer of Oz and see how this works out. Again, if anybody has a free browser tab and wants to do some QA work, some analysis on how the vertical stream is going tonight, Instagram.com/DamienHolme.
Daybreak. Hope you have a great birthday. And I hope your day is awesome. And I hope that it it carries you forward into an awesome, amazing year with lots of growth and lots of happiness. Hey, Daybreak. Sending you lots of love. And I hope you get well soon.
Gross, that's so positive. What a wholesome clip. That has to be Oz's most wholesome clip in the entire collection. The Insta stream keeps freezing on me, but I have shy internet. Okay. I'll take that in consideration. It's working for me. Oh, hey. Oz, in her moonlighting as Blood Moon Menagerie, has joined the Instagram chat. It's one that I cannot show anybody the chat to. So if I react to a chat that's not showing up on stream, that's why. Yeah, I don't regularly monitor my own streams. I used to, for years actually, but I stopped, and my mental health, I think, and my performance are better for it. But tonight I am monitoring the Instagram stream for QA, for my own QA purposes. You notice Instagram chat? Yes, I do. I said, oh, hey, back to you. Yeah, it just won't pop up on the overlay because I don't have a I don't have the ability to do that. I think there is a program. I'm pretty sure I know of one company that would do it, but that would cost a monthly fee that would dig well into my current profits. I still don't know why you're against lobbying. It's an important right and explicitly in the First Amendment. I think my concern is the corruptive potential of receiving a lot of money from somebody with the idea that it creates certain ties. If somebody gave me $1 million, I would feel more obligated to do that person's bidding than somebody who gave me $500,000. And if it's about pleasing the constituents to stay in office longer versus pleasing the lobbyists to keep getting more money, I think I would do the latter, wouldn't I? Are there laws against doing what a lobbyist would want you to do in terms of policy. Because if there was some sort of anti-corruption clause that says you can receive $1 million from this person, but now whatever they want you explicitly can't do, or something like that, I think I'd be maybe more understanding. I guess maybe I personally don't catch the nuance between if I receive money and then do what that person wants me to do from giving me all that money, how that's not a form of corrupt government. It feels like we might have talked about this and maybe I didn't remember the nuance that we explored, or maybe we didn't go deep enough into it. But I'll have the conversation as many times as I need to get it stuck in my head so I can understand better, to either agree or disagree ultimately. Also, we should keep in mind that most of those government positions require immunity because people wouldn't be willing to serve in them otherwise. If immunity went away, no private insurance provider could sell a policy that made up the difference. If immunity went away, what sort of insurance are we talking about? What would somebody want as far as insurance? Even if such insurance was financially worthwhile to offer. Lobbying doesn't involve financial transactions. What is the word I'm thinking of? Maybe that's a nomenclature fault on my part. When somebody contributes to a campaign or, you know, basically I've got $5 million. I really want my politician to win because I like their views. And I also feel like if the more money I give them, the more likely they are to keep tax codes a certain way or just be favorable to running politics in ways that make sense to, you know, the type of government and the type of ecosystem I want my business to run in. What is that money? Is that just called campaign contributions? Bribery? I mean, it was my understanding that there are certain forms of bribery which were legal in the US. In other words, that the reason why tax codes are so incredibly lax and favorable for large corporations is because large corporations pay insane amounts of money to politicians to make sure that those laws stay favorable to them. Otherwise, they're exploitative, right? If we don't hold accountable companies for the amount of essentially their success leans on the ecosystem that we grant them in our country, they owe our country a certain responsibility as a means of saying, you know, this is your share for your contribution for my success. Because if they worked out of another country, their success would be dependent on that government's infrastructure instead. Are you talking about giving $5 million to an elected official? To an official who's trying to become elected, I presume. That's just a crime for both the giver and the receiver. Okay. So what is happening when policy looks like it is being promoted in favor of people with lots of money? The money buys access to the politicians? How? Because Everett is saying, to some degree, or in some capacity, some forms of money giving would just be considered bribery. And those would be illegal. Okay. This has probably got to go. This thing I'm standing on. Oh. This should be a whole column, just like the one next to it. Should put this together. Nice. All right. Do I have the same thing over here? We do. This one's intact, though. And there's no external damage. I think the tower's already fixed. Might be all of the external damage that was here. This part's all fixed. I wish there were more ways to get around vertically around here, besides trying to use the new glider mechanics. They're just so funky. In some ways, it's hard to get places, because especially when you slam your head into a wall. Alright, just wanted to see it from this angle. Oh yeah, that's looking so much better and a lot less unsightly. Good stuff. Fundraisers and campaign donations. Yeah, I mean, right now, if you go to Trump's website, the very first thing you're greeted with is, give me like a bunch of money so that I can win against Sleepy Joe. So what prohibits people from giving him a bunch of money and then saying quid pro quo, Clarice? You know, I gave you my 5 million, please respond. There are all sorts of ways to spend money other than giving it to someone that can still make that someone happy. Okay. The line between bribery and lobbying is very thin at times, I think. Well, Everett's saying lobbying is not financial. So maybe I used the term lobbying extensively for a long time, thinking it meant companies giving money to politicians to get an outcome that they prefer, like a tax code that benefits a corporation and guts like lower and middle income people at a higher rate than they get gutted. Walking into a wall is greater than face planting into a bookshelf. Did you do both, Trova? What's your premise of understanding here? Hopefully neither of those happen to you, but if they have to, are you comparing them to because you've experienced both of them recently? Let's hope not. My other point was that if a public official's immunity went away, that can't be replaced by obtaining private insurance. What would they need to be insured against? What is immunity protecting them from that insurance would replace? If you mean they perform a criminal act, isn't a criminal act something that we would want no one to be immune from? We would want to be sure that anyone who acts in a criminal way, regardless of position, is perceived as criminal, right? Or when do you think that is inappropriate? I know the Supreme Court's thought is that a president should be able to act in certain ways without worry. But I think it's worrying to the public to see a president potentially do things that would be perceived as illegal for them, but not for a president. And why should that be the case? How does that feel fair to a citizen to see? All the stuff for which they now aren't immune? Tro says, I've walked into a glass door, which I would think is similar to walking into a wall. Oof. And when I first started having my blackout episodes, the first one, I was on a live video conference during and got up to get more coffee. Uh-oh, got dizzy and face planted into my bookshelf. So yes, personal experience. Well, I appreciate you categorizing these for the rest of us so that we understand what to avoid in our futures. It's important research to some degree, I guess. There would be criminal liability, certainly, but the civil monetary liability would be huge, too. If a politician is acting properly, does liability still arise? I think of a lot of my family is in the medical industry. I'm the black sheep in that regard. So, given that, they are subject to certain laws that would hold them accountable for malpractice. If any particular family member of mine does not have a malpractice issue because they're always acting properly with their patient care, then they don't have to worry about what happens with malpractice or the outcomes of malpractice because they're never going to act in that way, right? It doesn't really bear on them one way or the other. Malpractice only takes place for somebody who's a bad actor in the first place. And I would think most of my family would agree, don't change malpractice laws, because the moment you change malpractice laws, you're going to have bad actors able to engage in bad treatment choices. And leaving them alone doesn't affect my family members because they're all good actors, in theory. Watch, I say this, and like literally I have a cousin or uncle somewhere and they're just like completely just kidding. My family's probably great. They're probably great. Don't prove me wrong, fam. But wouldn't the public want to hear that a politician is held accountable for their actions, just like a citizen would be held accountable for their actions, and therefore anybody who was a bad actor wouldn't have any kind of immunity? Same thing with police right now, right? The concept people generally have of police functionality is they do not appreciate where immunities lie, because it feels like they get a slap on the wrist or an administrative leave, a paid administrative leave, to break the law, according to the way the public perceives the situation anyway. Well, that landed right. That one landed right. Maybe it did. You're not allowed to do a quid pro quo technically, but everybody knows that major donors get more influence. Yeah, how did they get more influence? My theory was that influence was gotten through, and I was using the term lobbying, but if that's not the proper term, what is the term? How do people get, why would people pay big money to a politician unless they felt that they were getting some value out of their investment? Much more so than, hey, I think this guy's politics align with my own. I don't know that that's enough reason for most corporations to drop the kind of money that they drop, right? Like, I agree with your values. That's not quite enough return on investment, at least if I were running a big corporation, to drop the kind of money that I see people dropping. Does this work there? Kind of. It adds in one more layer, but I'm not quite sure why this little jut out happens. I'm just going to leave it because it's kind of interesting. I'm not quite sure what what's going on with this whole building in the first place. Everett, I hope you don't mind that we're sort of like using you to teach us a civics class that I bet half of us don't even remember we took or learned, or, you know, government in high school or political science in college or anything of the sort. Hamabama, hi and welcome. Long time no see. How's everything? How's the fam? Hope you're doing swimmingly. No, because public officials are engaged in much more inherently destructive behavior than medical providers or most other people. Why? Why is that the case? Why should public service have even more destructive nature than medicine? You'd think medicine would be the height of destruction that somebody could engage upon, because you're literally talking about life and death situations in many cases, right? For example, if a legislator voted for a bill that had the effect of closing down a business, then all of those employees lose their jobs. No one would want to be a legislator if those former employees could sue the legislator for compensative due to the job loss. If they voted for a bill that meant a business closed down, how is that creating a legal culpability, though? That's like saying, you know, a rock performer who talked about a certain type of sex act got teenagers pregnant. You know, imagine if Elvis with his stylings was sued for, you know, the chain of command of him doing his job and people down the line saying, I'm affected by that choice, even though his choice to make the music that he was perfectly legal. How would anybody have the right, or even imagine that they had the right, to sue in a circumstance like that? And we use the big staircase. This is a pretty big building. I feel like we can close up a lot of this in one fell swoop. Yeah, just like that. Like, doctors make really hard choices that affect the future of somebody as well, and they don't have immunities. So if a doctor can be held culpable, as long as they're performing within, you know, the rights of their position, their proper place in, and they're making the right decisions, then they can't be sued. Wouldn't the same hold true for a politician who is passing a bill? The legislator directly and probably intentionally caused the business to end, just as much as an arsonist who burned the business's building down. Maybe we need something a little more concrete than passed a bill. Like, what sort of law would end a business, and why would that be on the shoulders of a legislator? All right, I think it's time that we looked at moving the flame altar, because I do want to make sure that it's in the exact space it needs to be, so we can start shrining it a little bit. I think on this edge, it's overlapping just fine. So there's an area down here where we run out of building area. Makes a little bit of a hole. But from here on over, this is definitely the flame shrine to the west. It looks like we have perfect overlap. So the real stick is this gap here. And what is this gap? How many blocks is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? We don't want a 7 block. We want something more uniform. This is 8. This is an 8 by 8 block. So if this is here on the edge, and that's touching the edge of this cliff, then if I go down to the cliff and count, that's another 8. Right up to like there. So we could just do 8 times 3, 24. If we move this 24 down, that would work. But to move it 24 down, I think what we would do is place the new flame altar before we tossed the old one and make sure that it was fully expanded first. Oh, this is kind of bright. There. I'm not so washed out. Should have done that at the beginning of the stream, but I'm still learning my workflow for everything here. What's happening in Enshrouded or in regards to immunity?
Troa says hi, I just subscribed. Amigo WTF SLC barbecue BRB LOL WTF yay.
Thank you for the Prime sub. For those of you that don't know, Prime only lets you sub once to one person, and then you have to wait for the whole month to run out, and then you have to manually resub again. I don't think it does auto subs, does it? So you have to do the manual thing. So that's a choice somebody makes. Once every month, they make that choice, and they can only make that choice for one streamer. And the fact that that's me for anybody is weird. It's weird to me. I don't know how that happens, but when it does, I'm extremely grateful. Thank you very much. Enshrouded? Oh, new flame altar. I'm moving the flame altar down. I'm going to move it. Why is this still selected? 24 pixels or blocks, I mean. South. Voxels is the right term I was looking for. South, because there's a gap between that one and this one that's down a little bit. This one's only as down as it is so that Lost got perfect coverage for the area that he started to build his base in. And the original Kelvin Flame Shrine was a little bit more south than this one too. So there really was a good overlap. I think we need to move this one down 24 spots, and that means we need a total of, gosh, can't remember, 1, 2, 4, 14 shroud cores or something like that. So we gotta do a little bit of searching. So I've got one flame altar on me. Now we just have to go hunting for the shroud cores. There's 9 of them, and they're only 9. Okay, we're gonna have to do a little bit of farming for shroud cores to make that happen. I think this closest one does not have a shroud core, but this one definitely has 2, and we can get there from here. I think the thing that's surprising to me, and maybe this is just my ignorance of how law goes into effect, how legislating new bills and new laws happens. But in my head, I always assumed that the creation of a new law was legal. And if it weren't a legal law, in other words, if it violated rights, protections, freedoms of a person, then whoever tried to legislate that law into power, or whoever managed to do so, would be culpable. Maybe partial culpability if it was just like a vote and you voted with it, and maybe a different level of culpability if it was more than a vote, but you were like one of the authors of that bill. There's my friends. But the idea that somebody could adversely affect other people's livelihoods, by maybe destroying a business. I don't necessarily know that destroying a business is something that I'd consider on the same level as medical malpractice, but I guess the argument could be made that it could be worse in some ways. Then you would have some sort of culpability, and that would be criminal if it did involve taking away the freedoms of someone in some way. There's two there. There's another one just here, which is quick and easy to get. Scott, welcome on in. Oh, Scott. I said Scott. I know who you are. Fuzzy. Hello and welcome. Thanks for popping in tonight. I read the name too fast and was like, I know exactly who's here. I hope everything's fantastic in your world too. I know that's been my greeting today, but I mean it. I feel it and I mean it. So my notion of what I think I would do in the position of having 6 months of total immunity by acts of my job, my role, whatever my role happens to be at any given time, I would want to act in a way that created precedent. And in that regard, I would probably want to act in a way that showed that immunity doesn't mean that you can get away with just anything. If immunity is the standard for most roles of government, but then that immunity is not misused or exploited in any sort of a way, I would want to ensure that with that in power, that I would leave it alone and that I wouldn't act in any sort of way that would imply that its abuse was perceived as a proper form of conduct for our government. The main reason I think I would leave it in place is because we live in a democracy, and the idea that ultimately we've chosen a path that led to this immunity existing in its current manifestation is meaningful. It means that whether it's popular right now in the way people think of it in its implementation or not, it happened as a indirect result of the government that the people built. And if the people wanted to build a different government that did not grant immunities to a president of this nature, then we have a future capacity to do so. But I also wouldn't want to show precedent to somebody who comes after me to say, because this standard exists now, I'm going to show you how badly one can exploit it. I think that would look bad on the future of whatever party I'm representing, whatever people I'm representing, and create more of a retaliatory environment for my opposition in the future, as opposed to one in which we're reaching across the aisle and shaking hands with each other at some point, like we kind of used to a certain degree. I just noticed the window you usually have on the stream to display chat isn't present. That's how I normally see comments on other streaming platforms. Who is shooting at me? Window I have on the stream to display chat. So I see a window on both my streams on the stream itself that shows chat. If you can't see the other chat, the one that's in Twitch, I can't adjust that for you. I don't turn that on or off. That is a client-side decision. Sometimes a legislature will straightforwardly ban a business sector's service or activity. For instance, I'm not specifically familiar with this, but I assume that legislation has shut down the asbestos industry. I would argue against a need for immunity in those cases. Why would anybody who has been perceived as creating an illness, a medical hazard to the American public, why would they have a right to continue business as usual if the government deemed the greater medical safety need to ban that practice and implement those laws? How would they have any sort of culpability for the people involved in those businesses? Oh, there's my gentleman. He's far away, but he's chilling. We can beckon him. Oh, that didn't do any damage to him. Did we beckon? We beckoned. We beckoned. He's not gonna make it all the way here though. Are you, buddy? Love ya. Let's salvage some stuff. I need to be carrying all these things. Never mind, it was on my end. Okay, cool. Yeah. A well-known legislation that could shut down a business is varying stages of marijuana legislation. Should, for example, the access to weed for medical use be revoked in Utah, that would effectively shut down multiple businesses. True. I don't know if that would have any real culpability either, though. Putting somebody out of business isn't like a life-threatening. You're not harming another individual, except, you know, forcing them to go find another job because the industry that they've begun has been deemed illegal. And lack of access to weed isn't necessarily going to result in death or injury. Could result in a lack of you know, maybe a nicer form of care than you could get otherwise. That might be chemical based or something. But again, I wouldn't necessarily say that the legislator did anything particularly negative. Pretty much any law takes away someone's right to something. Are you saying that whenever a law passes, the people who lose rights get to sue all of the legislators who voted yes? No, but I also don't think losing rights grants you ability to sue, right? We're a whole amalgam of restrictions. The whole legal code isn't a bunch of permissions. It's a bunch of restrictions generally. It doesn't tell us what we can eat and how we can spend our days and all that sort of thing, but it definitely has things that limit our freedoms. And I think that's fine. If new limits get added, how is that criminal? When did we ever decide that limiting somebody's freedoms was a criminal activity per se? That's pretty much the opposite of how the federal and Arkansas governments work. oh, that whenever a law passes, the people lose their rights, don't get to sue, right? It was just the display on the video, but I looked and your video had frozen. Oh, gotcha. I'm getting ripped on for not being done with the MSQ and getting to 100. So I got to go make progress. No problem. I eventually need to go do that too. If it weren't a discourse night, I'd probably be grinding MSQ. But that would also require Oz as well. The fact remains that legislators who banned asbestos caused what the law calls damages to that industry's employees. From a corporate standpoint, I could see if another company stepped in and played some sort of dirty pool, like, you know, they would be a great I'm trying to think of an example where another company could cause damages to a company, but I just don't know this world that well to be able to just theory craft the concept. But in the case of, you know, a company stepping in and doing something that causes direct harm to another company's form of business, they make it harder for that company to do business. They limit or hurt the clientele in ways that aren't true. You know, maybe they pay a bunch of people to place fake reviews on their Yelp and Google and all that sort of thing, so that the public perception of a given company is perceived as really bad. And then it turns out it was all this competitor who paid the money to have all these negative reviews put out. Wouldn't that be protected under some sort of like slander libel clause or something like that? The original company who was the bad actor could be sued because there are lost wages happening as a result. But that's not the same thing as sort of legislating protections or completely stopping an industry from working entirely because we've determined that that industry is in fact like a really shitty industry to have in the first place. Isn't the idea of a business failing because it chose poorly, like a bunch of people decided that they wanted to support asbestos and they didn't know it was bad or not, but turns out it's bad, and that's where everybody put their chips, you know, 5,000 people all working in the asbestos industry, and then we find out, yeah, it turns out this is really, really bad. How would these people have any sort of rights to money for something that was found to not be good in the first place? Like, would they have rights to unemployment? Sure. Some sort of support infrastructure of some sort to help them find their next job. I don't see any problem with that. But the culpability put on somebody else because it's perceived as some sort of an attack, that legislation would be passed to close down that business, that seems confusing to me. Okay, how many? We're at 13 shroud cores. Is that enough? Let's see if we can put down an altar next to another altar, right? We're at 7 of 8 altars, so I can go to this altar. I'm pretty sure you can just put them down within each other's sphere of influence. Thanks for guiding me through this. I don't know if this is just my lack of understanding of politics or like what specifically, but I feel like I'm baffled by the area that we've gone into here. To give another example, if someone is injured in an automobile because of the failure of the public infrastructure, such as a bridge collapse, the legislators who set the budget for road repair and arguably set the amount too low have absolute immunity from suit from the injured person. So a government being budgetarian and setting a really low budget for a really cheap and shoddy bridge, how would that ever be a politician's fault if that bridge failed and people were hurt? Shouldn't even the absolute smallest time bridge company know hey, if something crumbles or collapses and people are injured, that was our work. That was the company's work. How could anybody who hired that company be held responsible for injury when the hiring party did none of the construction? If I was so small time and I cut so many corners and I know my work was shitty, it was just like me and some friends, we just goof around. Whenever we build bridges, we do it with like toothpicks as infrastructure. And then a government steps in and says, we want to commission you. You're going to be making a bridge that'll have 1,000 drivers every hour. And if any of them gets hurt, it's your bridge you built. Don't I have the right to, or the, don't I have the wherewithal at that point to say like, oh, hey, I decline this job because I'm going to lose so much in lawsuits from everybody having been damaged by my really shitty work. I know better. Or conversely, I step up with my friends and say, okay, we're going to build the best damn bridge we've ever built in our entire lives so that it never collapses. And then if it's a matter of like, you know, goes into disrepair, then it's on the drivers, right? Drivers are driving across a bridge that's some 100 years old or whatever, then they have a certain amount of culpability. Like, hey, this is well past its warranty if you want to drive across this bridge. I know we're getting into really weird territory here, but I'm trying to understand where a politician comes into play where immunity would matter. I still feel like in my heart I'm hearing cases where I don't understand why they need immunity, why we don't just have situations in which the bills that they pass don't create culpability. Like, why should the bills create culpability? If a comparable accident occurred at Disneyland, Disney would probably be liable to the injured person. That's because legislators have immunity and Disney doesn't. Why would Disney be directly culpable? Wouldn't they be sort of like a, wouldn't that sort of be like a chain of command of culpability? Like the person who bought the ticket for Disneyland would only have Disney as a point of contact. They have no idea who made the bridge in Disneyland, right? They're crossing the bridge to Cinderella's castle. They fall and get injured for some reason because the bridge is in disrepair. They sue Disney, and then Disney in turn says, you know, this bridge was not made by us. It was a subcontracted company, and this company made the bridge. They have a warranty on their work. The bridge is under the warranty. The company is culpable, and Disney sues the company for the money that they get sued by the customer. Something like that, right? I know I'm just like theory crafting all of this as opposed to actually understanding the policy, but I'm trying to sort out why. I'm trying to get why it plays out the way it does. Okay. So how do we do this? We need, oh, this is going to be actually pretty easy. If this is supposed to be exactly 24 away, then we just need one here. It's going to go right into a wall, isn't it? Damn it. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. That's right. Make sure that's right. Put a little vertical post so that we know the edge, the corner of this is not overlapping this, and then the corner of this. Maybe it goes on the other side of this. Maybe it goes inside of this building. Maybe we'll have to open up this wall. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure how this plays out. Actually, it doesn't make sense to put that up. make more sense to put it down. Because it's going to have to be on, it should be on the ground, really. Let's put you right there. And then one more of you. Sort of there-ish. Okay. God, I feel like this is going to have to come down. I kept it up for the longest time, this like big barricade. But it really doesn't make sense to have in the middle of the city. It's part of the invaders' infrastructure, and it's on both sides. Yeah, it really doesn't make sense. All right. Disney would be sued. The problem is that the issue occurred on their property. They're responsible for the construction that's done on it. That doesn't seem to make sense, though, because doesn't that give an immunity to the construction workers? How does Disney... Do they have to choose right and pray? Where does the actual work create culpability? The same issue applies to accidents on city-owned land. In addition, in the Disney example, the person injured was charged, so they could access said ride, so there's an additional layer of culpability. I mean, yeah, they're in private property. And I suppose that's how a person's house works too, right? The person who buys a house, if somebody goes into that house and dies because of something weird happening in the house, even if it's a brand new house, the construction company's not responsible. The person is. But I don't know. I don't understand the why behind that. Disney might file what in Arkansas we call a third-party complaint, in which a defendant brings in a new party and sues that person. Disney could do that against the actual construction contractor. Okay, cool. The plaintiff might be able to sue the contractor directly too. The point here, though, is that all of this legislation is happening because no one has immunity. Yeah, so I get that the idea is to keep politicians from being legislated against so that they can pass bills. What I don't get is why passing a bill that's seen as adverse is considered an activity that could be legislated against. Or not legislated, that could be litigated against. Like, there are many activities that we engage in that can be negative to other people. For example, if I call someone like a silly name and they start to cry, they can't immediately turn and say, he called me a silly name, but it's something that is so, I personally take so personal. It wasn't even like a, agreed upon racial slur or anything like that, or anything spicy, just a silly name. But it's one that I heard when I was younger, and it used to make me so sad, and it made me cry my eyes out. And I'm just so upset by the whole event that I need to sue this person. The case would be thrown out because there's no protection to that person. There's nothing in our country's laws that would say you're immune from being called a silly name. Anybody could call you a silly name. The judge right then and there could call you the same silly name. You couldn't do anything about it. Why is passing a bill perceived as a potentially harmful act to people? Why give citizenry the right to sue when a law's been passed? Silvos, hi and welcome. If a teen has a wild party on, say, a lake property their parents own, and there's an accident, the family is liable. Yeah, I don't understand that either. Maybe maybe my minorly libertarian views are starting to sneak out. But I don't understand why, if there's a rager and there's some kid who gets like super drunk and like falls in the lake and drowns or something, why wouldn't that kid be responsible for getting drunk? Why would the lake being there ever be the family? You know, it's a family's private lake or whatever. It's on private property. Why would they ever be responsible for somebody acting a fool and drowning because of their own bad actions? Do you drain all lakes because you're super afraid in your future that people might step in at some point and do something foolish? Where is personal responsibility in that? And same thing with people losing jobs because of a bill being passed. Where is the personal responsibility of, you chose asbestos, you thought you were making a good decision on what job you wanted, and you chose one that really harmed people in the end. It was, you know, not predatory. I don't think anybody in asbestos felt like what they were doing was preying on people. But some people feel that way about certain companies like Monsanto, that their actions are predatory. They somehow knew what they were doing ahead of time, and it's causing a situation with significant health repercussions. Monsanto themselves getting sued. It's not the farmers who have planted the Monsanto or used Monsanto in their products to do farming. It's Monsanto being sued. Don't forget, Disney literally won't allow people to be pronounced dead in the park. Interesting. They have the body taken out into the lot outside of the gates before someone can be pronounced dead. That alone probably pisses people off, especially if the person dies on the ride or because of one of the parade floats. Oh, geez. Has that happened before? Has a parade float actually killed a park goer? Okay, this is gonna have to go in like this spot, which means I absolutely need to empty out some of the area here, which I hate, but we'll make it work. I mean, so it makes a hole into this place, but that's not awful. We could do something with the stairs. These stairs look like they probably lead to the sewers. Oh yeah, directly to the sewers, actually. That's interesting. So where is this supposed to normally lead? Oh, to a secret? Secret. I've got a secret. We haven't been in here. I don't think we've been in this whole building because it's blockaded up and there's no other way in. Interesting. I had no idea this secret entrance was here. And leads back into here, which has no way out either. So interesting. Okay, cool. These laws are part of why things like no trespassing signs or warning labels exist. The liability is very real in our legal system. I super thought all my life, I'm not going to lie, I super thought that no trespassing signs were because people were upset that they would have somebody come in and try to do criminal activity, either steal, harm an animal, squat, or do something like that on the land, and that no trespassing was somebody's sort of like formal announcement that if you come into their property and try any one of these negative things, that they will enact castle doctrine or whatever and like find you and shoot you, and they would be somewhat immune because they've got a posted sign that said no trespassing, then you ignored that. You broke that posted law. And so therefore, you lose. Good day, sir. Like that. Oh, it's got to go like right. Oh, it's hard to see. I hate how hard some of the angles to see are in this game. I just want it to be... Actually, what level do I need this to be at? I don't feel like we're at the right level. So that's one above the land. That's... This one's two above. The liability is very real in our legal system, so the options are provided as a recourse to limit that liability. Think McDonald's coffee burns lawsuits. Wasn't that one... I forget how that one played out. Wasn't that a bad actor on the part of the... I'm trying to remember. There's some recent upset to that one that I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if it was McDonald's acted in a way to like hide that story from everybody and like discredit the woman, or that the woman was like a faker, or that McDonald's paid to say she was a faker. So that one recently came back into the limelight, and I'm trying to remember what it was, like a new revelation, but I can't remember why. But I could see the McDonald's coffee one being, so for like what I'm trying to think of here in this, in adding my own situation is, or adding my own like, wish I understood this better, or wish this made more sense is, let's say McDonald's passed a rule that said the coffee can't be hotter than, you know, X degrees, and that amount of temperature was fine. It was going to be safe for anybody. You could even spill it all over yourself, and you'd just say, "My, that's very bracing and hot." But then some employee acted, and it was like they boiled the coffee, so it was like scalding, and it scalded somebody. Shouldn't that worker be able to be sued and not McDonald's as the main actor in that situation? The parade float has killed an employee that I think was dressed as Pluto, if I remember right. So is that the fault of Disney, or is that the fault of the float operator, or like what went on there? And then who's culpable? You know, if somebody was acting against the employee policy, wouldn't they be culpable? Or if they were following employee policy, wouldn't Disney be culpable because Disney told them exactly how to do it, and then ended up killing someone? That's also part of why they're there. Both are part of it. I note that although you seem theoretically open to a reduction or elimination of public officer immunity, you've been unhappy with each of the possible scenarios of this actually occurring. Can you expand on that? What I think I'm for, or at least open to, yeah, is a reduction of what I perceive as immunity. But it's because I perceive immunity as being applied to something that I don't understand why and how it could possibly have a litigative foothold. Why a citizen would ever be able to sue for what they perceived as an adverse law. I would say to protect the lawmaker, I would say it would be, in my head, what makes sense is you make the passage of law immune to being litigated against because it's a law, but you don't make that citizen, I'm sorry, you don't make that legislator immune. Not the person, but the act. If that makes sense. And maybe that's all the immunity people have. What was I doing? I was moving this down, wasn't I? Is it? That is wrong. This should be on the same level as that one now, which means the flame altar should be one lower than that, which also means we should lower the ground here because I can't see what I'm working with at all. That's a lot easier to see what I'm working with. Okay. All right. The plaintiffs have won several lawsuits for the McDonald's coffee thing. It's happened times over the years, which is why I brought it up. It's when it's more visible. I'm sure the employee could be sued, but they're not the ones with money, so I doubt a lawyer would direct a plaintiff that way. That's not a... That shouldn't be something that gets solved by holding a company accountable, though. Just because a person gets harmed doesn't mean you chase the biggest money so that they're saved, right? You don't see insurance companies going after a car manufacturer when a bad driver hits somebody, right? You go after the bad driver, and we have laws that say you go after the bad driver. That bad driver might not have any money, and so that person who needs to go to the hospital and go through physical therapy and all of that, they might be trying to bleed from a stone, but that's the person who has, you know, the culpability in the accident, right? Shouldn't that be the case all the time and not chase money? It's also likely that because the employee was on paid time, they were acting as part of the company, not on their own. Where does the personal responsibility come in, though? You put on a uniform and you act in a certain way. Why does that make the company responsible? Unless you're following the employee handbook. If you bulk the employee handbook and you go play rogue, should that company still be held responsible for your actions? You're not acting as an employee anymore. You're acting against the employment regulations or their P&P. I'm not a tort lawyer, so some of your questions beyond me. However, my guess is that in that scenario, McDonald's and its employee would spend a lot of time in the lawsuit blaming each other. That seems weird. Again, unless like the P&P shows the employee, this is how hot you need to make the beverage. The employee made it that hot, and it harmed somebody in the end. Then it's like, yeah, I get that scenario. Does it live here? Does this make sense? Does this feel right? I hope that's right. It looks like it's directly lined up. It seems to be the right amount of points down. Let's give it a shot. Let's start pumping this full of upgrades. So 1 to get to level 2. 2 to get to level 4. And then 10, or that was to level 3. 10 to get to level 4, and we only have 7. How do we end up 3 short? Where do we get 3 cores from? I don't remember where they all would be. We try the Ring of Rot. It's been a long time since I've done farming for this kind of stuff. I think you should identify a scenario in which you would support legal liability for a public official. Performing anything besides passing a law. Anything perceived as criminal. I guess the question is here, and the one that sort of started this all is when the Supreme Court got together on this idea of granting presidential immunity.
Wait, with an American accent? R&R.
Oz, make me laugh every time. Is this president capable of performing criminal acts. Right now, can Biden perform a criminal act? Not pass a law, but like murder somebody and not be tried. Oh, there's our other friend. I was like, I thought this one had 2, but maybe I'm wrong. We need to get to 10 shroud cores. Oh. This is the place. These guys are all low level too. This is perfect for this. I'm gonna have more than 10 at the end of this. Can you not? How long do those... Oh, not that long. I guess they don't seek forever. This is a great place to farm shroud cores. I'll have to make my other server so that they're... Well, I guess you just go to the spire and just fall right down. You get like 4 or 5 in one go. I don't know why I didn't know that. Well, that's great. I got plenty now. Now you're talking about general tort law, and that's not an area I know much about. Also, tort law can vary a lot from state to state. Yeah, no problem. I think everybody's just sort of trying to understand places in which you'd find culpability in some sort of a... Yeah, I don't know. No, I think we're just talking about culpability of law, period. Asking the personal liability question would be a good one for a lawyer. I'm sure it would vary by circumstance. But most of the situations we posed are just known situations where the individual isn't the one prosecuted. Another would be an incident, an accident when you're working in office. It may have been your mistake, but it's still considered a workplace injury since it was on the site and the company is liable. So I have a direct sort of scenario in which that happened. But it was one in which I was following orders by my job. So I was working as a food server and we had somebody call out. And so we were sort of covering more work than we would normally. And by we, I mean just me, actually. This person who called out, there is a whole section of tables and a whole type of side work or like ongoing maintenance that was being left abandoned because this person was not there to work. Claudia, it was you. I hope you remember this story, and I hope you're listening right now. So Claudia called out, and I had to cover her tables, and I had to do her side work for the evening. And I ended up spraining my back because I was working so hard doing these, all the extra work all at once. And that was not really part of like my regular duties. But it wasn't me trying to show my bosses I have a lot of go-getter attitude. I think if I did, I would have felt like me today, and even me back then, I think would have been like, you know what? That was my bad. I pushed myself to do all this stuff to try to show people how cool I am. And even though I was performing on the clock, it was my decision to do all that extra work all by myself and not get help from other people. Like it was supposed to be something where we're all sharing the extra workload, right? That's much more equitable, much more fair. No, I was told by the assistant manager, you're taking over basically all of Claudia's work, including you and all of yours. It wasn't distributed properly. And I ended up throwing my back out. Yeah, I ended up getting workers' comp and paid time off. And I don't feel weird about that. I feel like I did what my boss told me to. I got hurt as a result. And he was culpable for making that decision, not me, because I didn't make the decision. I just did what he told me. If I had made the decision, I feel like I deserve to be held responsible for my decision of putting myself in extra work for whatever reason. All right. These look like they overlap now. Yeah? Oh, shit. At some point, I thought it looked like it went red. Oh, it did. But it was not enough free space? Because I would... Why? Where do I see not enough free space and why? It's right around here. Oh, it's coming into me. Dumb. It's because my head is going into it if I walk the wrong way. All right. So if I push this away, we can see we're seamless now. Cool. I can destroy the other flame altar. Thank God. That wasn't too hard, actually. It wasn't too bad. This one stays there. We'll fix how ugly this all looks. We'll take this one out. I hate to take these things out. Deactivate. The thing of it is, if you don't deactivate it, though, we don't have that extra altar to take back. All right, let's back this up. Haven't all presidents murdered people? So that's hard to say, you know. If a president says, hey, we're going to war, is the president responsible for somebody pulling the trigger and murdering somebody? That's hard to say. The why of it is less pertinent than the fact that it's the case as far as this discussion is concerned, I would think. Maybe. I mean, some crimes do need some sort of a motive to be able to try, right? War, assassinations, drone strikes all seem like murder to me. It'd be hard to say that every president we've ever had has engaged in warlike or assassination sort of behavior, though, right? I mean, certainly we've seen our past where things have been pretty violent with our country, but I don't know if I'd say every. I haven't read the new U.S. Supreme Court opinion, so I can't say. However, if I had to guess, I would guess that President Biden could be prosecuted if he, say, shoplifted. So shoplifting, yes, but because that's not a presidential command. So I guess from what I understand is Biden's protections are granted insofar as was the thing that he was trying to do presidential. If it was presidential, he has immunity. And if you were in that position, what would you do, is my question. It'd be really hard to prove to a court that shoplifting was somehow a presidential act for the good of the nation. The phrasing is that it's only for situations where the president is working in official capacity. So you're correct here. Yeah. That's part of why I went for something related to my line of work. Right. Okay. Can we make this pretty? That's interesting. This other one disappeared, and it's like all the land around it went back to normal. It's good. It's good. This is like particularly dark in here even during the day. I do still have some torches on me. Can we make this not this way? Because why is this room so awful? I think we need lighting on the inside. Maybe one on each side here. This looks like a place of business. That's already a lot less creepy. I'd probably still put more lights in eventually. But now it's not just some foreboding cave in there. It looks like, oh, hey, there's a shop. You know, big jugs of something. It seems to me that a crime would, pretty much by definition, always fall outside of the scope of a public officer's official duties. Yeah, I guess that depends. Depends on how they can paint their activity to make it look, if they're making it look proper or not. What I suppose some people fear is that this essentially creates a situation in which either the current or a future president can say, I know this looks criminal, but I'll explain to you why it's official. Or what some people have called a kingmaker rule. Alright, this is all just this kind of cobble as sort of a stone. What kind of stone is this? Regular, roughly cut, right? No, it's not roughly cut. Rough stone, just rough stone, I think. I'd love to leave that bush there, but it just doesn't make sense. A lot of the sort of like natural upcroppings here, these aren't really flower beds. It's supposed to be debris that's just built up into piles of dirt. So I don't know that it's all going to stay here. And then this has to, something else has to happen here. I guess I could make this kind of like a plaza of sorts. It's going to cut into this room back here a little bit, but that's not too big of a deal. Or what I could do is I can pull back the wall a bit. Maybe put some windows in. That might be fine. Then all those pots get destroyed. We can't make these pots. Maybe we have to leave the pots. We'll leave the pots. That means we're putting this wall back. That's okay. We just bit off a little more than... Where's city wall? Are they just right next to each other and I haven't been paying attention? Okay, that's city wall. It's fine. Do better. Does sort of make you wonder what's right up in there. Is there anything inside of here? Looks like it's just empty. Okay. Maybe we can widen that out. It still looks like off-centered a little bit, but... Or we can narrow it down and make this its own little gazebo or something like that. That might be actually a really smart choice. Put this right like this, and we'll bring this wall forward to match it. Is what we'll do. didn't say there was like an extra thingy in there though. I need to sign off, but have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you for all of the education. I've certainly felt like I learned a lot more about this topic than when we started. While I don't necessarily agree with the way our rules are implemented, I think I at least understand them a little bit better, just insofar as what kind of immunities exist in current political structure, and how this Supreme Court decision does not feel like so much of a natural kingmaker clause or something that's so different from what we have for other branches of government. So I think a lot of the outcry, the outrage for what's been happening might just be unfounded or founded in confusion or misunderstanding of exactly what's going on. So appreciate you weighing in. Okay. Maybe this just needs to be another pillar. Yeah, like this. Oh, this one's not even touching the ground, is it? No, it is. Why did I think it wasn't? This right? Looks right. And goes in a little bit. That doesn't seem right. Might have to build this in pieces. In by one. This building by one block can be kind of annoying. All right, we should also build that one out to give it the same recess that that has. Maybe what I need to do first is build it on just the left side and then give it that recess. So that I can just mirror it from there. That might actually make a lot of sense. Lurking in the shadows, Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Thank you for the lurk. Feels like my brain is trying to turn itself into a liquid so it can escape out my ears. Plug them up with some good music or something. I'm gonna lie down for a bit. I may be back on later. Sounds good. Thanks for joining the conversation. Yeah. So how wide is this one? Is it like a full width? That looks like it is. And it's only one block further out. So we'll do, I guess it lives like that. Perfect, actually. Perfect. We'll build that up that way. It's going to cut one in right above that lip, just like that. Yeah, I think the thing that I find hard to fathom is that There are actions that are protected, and the culpability is passed on to somebody else, like the owner of a private property. It seems so bizarre to me that we would have those kind of protections. Like, why should me acting irresponsible on somebody else's property create a scenario in which I could sue them? Does it go there? That's one too high. It goes there. That's too low. How did I get it right the first time and it felt wrong? Ugh. This part is a little bit annoying. There. Yeah. That's still wrong. Crap. There. That is correct. You can see it. Okay, so that goes 2 up, and then how many over is that? Is that just 2? Looks like it's just 2. Maybe 3. Well, I guess at that point it doesn't matter. But we should put one more high up. Give it just a little bit of that extra detail. That's one too far over that way. That looks more correct. There's an outcropping here. So far, so good. Is that right? Oh, that's one too far over that way. That's right. One too high. Just right. Is there anything else on the outermost? Oh, that's pretty cool. Didn't even realize there was a whole sticky outy part on the other side of this bridge. Maybe we should mirror that and have this go up too. Kind of like that. Oh, it's completely off-center though. Damn. Looks pretty bad. Try this again. There, that looks like it's more in the middle. This is still off because it needs like one more block on one side of it. Is that what it needed to be even? I think so. Yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah. That looks really good, actually. And that creates such a more intentional space for this right there. Then the next question is does this have something behind it? It's hard to see. Can we tear it up with one of these? Okay. It's both of those. So I can't do too much to that. It's kind of up against stuff that I can't build around too well. But maybe just having it in something of a intentional area. Could just give it like its own little faux roof down here. I give it something. This cannot stay here. Try not to destroy too much of the original land. But at the same time, some of it's got to go. Like this stuff. I suppose in the end, if it's really absolutely true that criminal acts could never be perceived as presidential or any other branch of legislation, you know, if a senator has certain types of immunity and those really can't be extended out in any way to a criminal act, because no legislator could ever make the case, hey, this criminal act is part of my duty as a senator, or was a senatorial act and criminal at the same time. If there is no Venn diagram for that, if there is no Venn diagram for presidential and criminal at the same time, because it wouldn't be plausible to make that be your case, then maybe this really isn't anything as big of a deal as what some people have made it out to be, where they thought it was going to make us have like a modern monarchy. Oops. that was too deep. Is this happening this way? That one's too shallow. How did you feel about the Clinton impeachment concerning Monica Lewinsky? I felt like, oh, hello, Danori. Welcome on in. I felt like that was a smoke screen tactic. Is that a proper term? It didn't seem like it held any bearing whatsoever to what was actually going on in our country. Like, at what point does that actually make sense to focus on marital conduct? To me, it just absolutely felt like something that only people in opposition to Clinton had any sort of motivation to file, and any of the public that had any sort of invested interest in seeing how the court case went were either just in it for the drama or because they also hated that he was in power. But it was such a personal matter. I couldn't, I mean, I was much younger at the time, so I don't know if it was just my ignorance, but even today, I still can't perceive or understand what it could possibly have to do with how our country is run in any sort of capacity. Like, why were we ever talking about that? Why was that ever a matter? Why was it ever brought to the public's eye? I have no idea. How about yourself? What did you feel about it? All right. I hope that's city wall block. It looks like city wall block. Is it too deep? I guess it has to be. I mean, kind of serves like a little internal bench over here that something can happen with. suppose this all needs to be built up from the inside here, because this doesn't make any sense that this would be open. It would just let in bugs if this were the real world. I think in terms like that nowadays. You start a building game like this and you start perceiving the entire world in different ways. Like, oh no, you can't do it that way. It's not load bearing. Poops. What's wild to me too is how many things like that can be brought into light and then have no repercussions or ramifications for the people that that work to make those public affairs, right? It's such a distraction, such a waste of time, and such a public nuisance that that one in particular, that, you know, the world had to sit there and have that that media debacle out in the open. I'm sure other countries were also probably curious to understand, you know, what was going to happen too. And in the end, it didn't solve for anything that that the accusers, the people who were making you know, Clinton's personal poor choices in his sex life public, didn't do whatever they thought it was going to do. I wish there was some sort of ramification for that, like, hey, you know, you just wasted so many people's time and resources bringing this into the public light. You know, like when people go through and fact check like all the things that are said by Trump during the debate, as a good example. He can just make as many claims as he wants, and there's no accountability for him being wrong or for him lying at any point in that. And he knows that. He can lie as much as he wants, and lying is, you know, part of the game of winning this debate, because people, especially Americans, will respond much more strongly to emotive feeling than they will about factuality. And the fact is, somebody saying you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong all night long is going to sound a lot weaker and much less romantic on stage than having somebody making a bunch of big, albeit wrong, claims. This needs to be built up all the way, actually. I feel the same way, and I felt the same way about the whole Trump Stormy Daniels thing. Honestly, true. Like, you bring that into light, and maybe you're right about him, but why? And I see lots of complaints directed in that way, where people bring somebody's you know, personal life into question as a means to explain like why maybe they should or shouldn't be a certain type of politician. It's like, that really doesn't hold bearing. Now, it might have some bearing if it's your position and maybe your party's position that morality has some sort of a place in politics, and that somebody should be held to some sort of moralistic value, i.e. Judeo-Christian values, right? If you believe Judeo-Christian values are what we need in everybody who is part of our political party, then bringing that sort of stuff into the public limelight, to some degree, I guess, makes sense. But then that has to be ubiquitous. It can't be yes for some, no, not for others, or it matters here, it doesn't matter there. This looks pretty good. Except I feel like we're a block or two too high like here. Like these. Is that better? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's superb. I think they're all liars or speaking half-truths. That's how you stay in politics, right? I guess that's why I don't get triggered by Trump. Yeah, Trump is one of those people that I hear so much dissent about the ways in which he talks and the sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? He espouses certain values, and then you look at his personal life and you say, how can that possibly be? He talks, hey, Mifta. He talks about how he, you know, supports us as a Christian nation, talks about the Bible and all that sort of stuff, and then doesn't capitulate or live a life that has anything to do with sort of biblical values or Jesus-led values. But that's not new or special. The only thing new or special about Trump is that he came into the GOP at a time when I think people were really just done with the existing politicians that were leading in the GOP. The previous few folks that went to bat to try to, like McCain and Mitt Romney, were just so like piss poor candidates. They were so weak at what they were trying to accomplish. I just felt like there was nothing about them that could possibly win an election or really like stand for anything strong with their party's values. I felt like they were bad offerings. And I was saying for quite a while, I felt that the Republican Party needed to be remade, and especially be remade in a way that distanced itself from Judeo-Christian value, because the Christian right experiment lasted pretty strong. It was, you know, in its heyday with Reagan, and sort of stayed strong for a while, at least maintained a veneer of moral superiority by following religious tradition. But it didn't really fly, and it didn't stand the test of time as the country got more globalist, as the country got more progressive in the freedoms that the people within the nation wanted. We saw more and more that the Christian right wanted to tamp down on liberty. And when you start messing with the concept of liberty and Americans, you start to, you'll eventually gain some disfavor. You gain some favor among some religious zealots, but I think by and large more people appreciate having a smaller government that doesn't mess with the direct actions of what you do under your roof as much as possible. And Trump sort of embodied what looked like the beginning moves to that new GOP. And so just having somebody that was not a career politician pop in and say, hey, we're going to try a new experiment with this party, I think probably felt like a breath of fresh air to a lot of people. And the ways in which he talks, while, you know, very snake fork tongue, you know, going back on his word and saying a lot of things that are either found to be wrong, or he goes against what he says in the previous phase of his life or whatever. I don't think that's really particularly special or interesting about him, or that makes him a particularly horrible politician. It just makes him a normal politician. All right, this is looking better. I still really wish I could do something more, something with this area. I can peel back a little bit of this wall, but I just don't know how much. Can we try just like one? Is one too much? course, one. It's doing that weird glitch where it's like summoning an older block that I made when I do that. In fact, it's summoning a lot of older blocks that I made. So it looks like this wall, actually, if I haven't damaged anything in here, then maybe I could just leave this way. Looks like part of this building, the exterior wall is far wider than it needs to be. Maybe we can leave this not gutted, but just pushed back. I feel like we can. What if we just bring it to there? How's that? Can we check it from the inside? We just have to break down this door, finally. Which I think is long overdue. Boop. Nice. Alright. Looks fine there. Can we see the upstairs? Can you not jump and then climb? Okay, you can. I really don't like one of these windows. Some of these windows are just occluded really poorly. Maybe we'll take those out and replace them with proper windows. But they have to be regular player made. Looks fine up there. And then there's this secret. I've got a secret. Okay, so this looks fine. Yeah, I didn't leave the wall weird. This wall now has a glow because of the flame shrine on the other side, but that's fine. That's not. I'm not going to mess with that. How'd you feel about that Ramaswamy guy? You know, I'd be willing to look at his policies again, even though it's, you know, a moot point now. I didn't give him enough of a chance to like sort of peek and see or formulate an opinion myself. If you want to give me a crash course or at least of what you perceived of him. Needs to come off too. Then can we indent this part of the ceiling too? This is a big tool for doing this work, but I feel like we could even take this out. Oh, you know what? This is wider though. That's too wide. This should at least be too wide. We'll leave that. Better still.
What's wrong, Doug?
Nothing, not a thing.
I knew I forgot something.
I'm right as the mail.
As soon as you redeemed that, I realized I forgot my water. Damn. To me, seemed well spoken, and with it, for lack of a better term, I thought he was going to win the nomination. Honestly, interesting. I do feel like if the GOP did anything really, really right, it probably ought to have been create a scenario in which what you put up against Biden is something that hasn't already been tested and lost. And I mean, they tested Trump against Biden and it failed. So it seems awfully like not a well-learned lesson to bring back the same guy who lost and give it a whole other shot. Now it looks like it's working okay. He seems to have a kind of a cult of personality having been generated. Oh yeah, this is actually working out pretty well. But cult of personality is tricky to win over for the swing voters, because they're gonna have to understand something on a deeper level than he's a really great guy and you should vote for him because he's so great. What, did I forgot my water? Hang on, I'm gonna get my proper water because it's been a long time and I haven't had it on stream. So let's go to a BRB screen and let me properly hydrate.
Some of us need to touch the butt to make a living.
Gato was asking if we wanted to fuck
Mickey
Oh,
Mouse's best
Goofy.
friend.
Oh,
Goofy.
thoughts on Goofy Goofy the dog. I see what you say. I mean, you know, if
I
we
mean,
were
to each
alone
their
on a
own.
desert island or something.
And there's nothing else, and no one else. I guess we're chuckling along.
Yep.
I mean, I heard his. I heard his cover of Evanescence, and I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the best. Cover of Bring Me to Life I've ever heard.
Hell.
Wake me up. You haven't heard. Oh no, that particular plugin is dying, isn't it? It's been a long time that it was working really well, and now it's not. If Biden doesn't drop out, it probably won't matter. What do you mean? That Wake Me Up Goofy impersonation is great. Thanks. You know, let me make sure I get your triple self-care in and come. Thank you for that. For those of you that haven't seen this or haven't seen it in a long time, this is the water jug that my girls got me for my birthday. I know it's backwards on camera. It says brighter days ahead. It's all pink because they both love pink so much. And it keeps me well hydrated. It keeps my skin supple and brain happy. It's good stuff. Yeah. I learned at Acting Academy that you should always try impersonations. And the reason why you should always try impersonations is if you do a great impersonation, it means that you're really good at character study. And if you're doing voiceover work where your face isn't necessarily going to show, you may be the next voice of something really famous. You know, like Bugs Bunny or Kermit the Frog or something. If you can do it with amazing, you know, capacity, then that can really open up doors for you in your future. But if you're bad at impersonation, you're generating a brand new character nobody else has ever heard. As long as the character is not like absolutely stupid. Like if you just sound dumb, then you just sound dumb. But if you sound like a legitimately well thought out character, but just not who you were trying to imitate, you do a Christopher Walken impression and it just falls flat. That's a new character. Just don't tell anybody it's your Christopher Walken or they'll listen to you and be like, That's not very good. But just don't tell them what it is. Just make it be a new character. And that's just that character voice. Now, every time you do that character voice, you're thinking in your head, all right, do my bad Christopher Walken, and you'll get it. But falling short of a goal can still be a win if it means creating a brand new voice out of nothing. Yeah. I have so many stories of voice actors who their inspiration isn't really what they're doing. You know, they're not a great impersonator. Couldn't think of that word for a hot second. They're not a great impersonator, but what they're doing is still novel and people love the voice. And then you ask them, how do you get that voice? And they're like, oh, it's just my impersonation of this guy. I mean, about swing voters, I don't think they'll pick someone who's going senile. So that's definitely, it's definitely a right talking point, is that Biden's slowly, losing his shit. Although if you listen to the left's more viral side, or I guess like more extremist side, they're trying to make the same points, and they have been trying to make the same points for a long time about Trump as well. Just by showing like his age and all that sort of thing. And you got the people who are looking at us from sort of more of a international audience, who probably feel like both candidates are probably too old to be doing what they're doing. But yeah, I think, can we put this right here? I guess we can. It goes right into the flame altar. Oh, interesting. Bits of the cobble come up in the flame altar's make. In some ways, it looks kind of bad right here, though. I guess it's not that bad. It does a weird thing there, but maybe we're going to build some more around this so it's not so lonely. Maybe it'll look cooler then. Yeah, but I think some of the things with the swing voters have much more to do with just the lack of confidence that we're handling the Israel situation in a proper way, that we are helping mitigate Russia properly. And the biggest thing for most swing voters, I think, and I can sympathize with this too, is that a lot of people are really looking to what is happening with our economy. You know, maybe they're not loyalists to one party or another, but everybody to some degree is loyalist to their own pocketbooks. What's going on with my family? How do I make sure that I'm seeing the needs of running my household come to fruition correctly? And if they don't feel like there's a proper financial security in their future, then that could help sway them in one direction or another. All right. It's looking better, but this one looks kind of haggard on this side. Haggard? Haggard? Did I say Hagrid? I'm sorry, Hagrid. I didn't mean it. I'm not a righty, but just going by his performance at the debates. Well, in an interview afterwards, he said he had a cold, right? Aren't they having another debate in September? He might be able to, I mean, usually presidential debates happen a lot closer to election anyways. Maybe the September one, he has a chance to show that he's capable. You know, do cocaine before the interview. Whatever you got to do. Maybe he'll come off like fucking Crispin Glover on the David Letterman show, but at least show us that you've got some pep in you. And he acted like my 93-year-old grandma does. When people perceive the economy as being bad, it's generally bad news for an incumbent. Yeah, problem with that is that, well, I mean, the problem with John Q. Public in America deciding how economy goes is economy is something that is slow moving. So the way economy sort of moves is often burdened by the passage of time and requires maybe a 4-year term or so to see economic policy actually make anything happen in motion. As I understand it, though, the stock market performance under Trump might have actually been done as a result of or by direct influence of Trump's administration. However, I'm also understanding that that was a bubble. I know firsthand, actually, that that was a bubble. And it was something that couldn't be sustained. So when things look like they were moving up and up because, according to Trump, you know, the stock market or the, you know, exchange just loves him. What it ended up turning out to be is just a false short-term hike, short-term inflation to help with speculation, but ended up turning into a long-term downturn for a while afterwards. Yeah, the cold that he got over the next day, I don't know. Was he already better the next day? I don't know what he was like the days before or that day. I don't follow him in other press releases or watch him doing other things. You don't get over colds that fast. Oh yeah, he guessed interest rates, right. That's part of why inflation started to increase in the first place. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that, and I mean, we had crazy spending happening during the COVID times, right? And it made sense. I think we saw inflation everywhere. It wasn't just in the US. And you kind of expect that. You'd expect to see, we've got something really big happening. We're going to need a lot of infrastructure spending to make everybody whole at the end of all of this, to make sure that big systems don't like fall apart. And we expect a long-term inflation afterwards to make up for all of the crazy spending. That all makes sense to me. I don't think I could blame any candidate for that. I definitely wouldn't even blame Trump for the crazy expenditures that happened during COVID. It's just, you know, part of the nature of running a government in unforeseeable, amazing circumstances like that. Like a center I can pull out of the middle. Again, just for shiggles, just kind of makes things... It kind of looks like a butt crack. Maybe it's needs to be 3 wide to look a little bit better. Is that it's 2 on one side, 2 on the other side? Something like that. Looks pretty good. Looks better. Although now I'm noticing that. All right, yeah, that's better. Okay. Not bad, not bad. So this should be 2 down, then one ripple, and then bottom. So this needs to come up. You can do that with a smaller block than what we've been using. Can we not build right above it? Do I need to use something even smaller to affect like just this? Do something wrong? Why is this happening this way? Oh, I think I pressed the wrong thing. There we go. That's better. There we go. Okay. Cool. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Everyone was spending. He gave a speech the next day at a campaign rally, and he seemed fine, but it was a teleprompter speech. Teleprompter is a whole other skill set, but you might be right. You know, might just be, there's no way to tell, you know, or spin doctors saying, oh, we need to tell everybody something. Let's tell them it was a cold. There's no way. No way to prove it one way or the other, or disprove it. Hey, Melty Tara, how are we doing tonight? I can't stay. Our power's still out. Oh no. It's 83 in here and I wanted to share the misery. Gross. Yeah. That's hot. That is unbearable. For indoors, I cannot hang with that kind of indoor temperature. That's very gross. I'm sorry to hear. Is it really hot? It was 100 here today. So I think Tara's talking about like indoors at night sort of thing. Because right now there it's what? 11 p.m. And 11 p.m. indoors, you don't want it to be 83. But I have power. It's still 81 in my office right now, though. We usually keep things around here around 78. Except at sleep time, we try to lower the temperature a little bit more. We splurge just a little bit on AC to make sure that the girls sleep deeper. But usually throughout the day, we keep things kind of higher, like around 78-ish, so that we're not blowing the budget on AC alone. We can only spend, there's only so many things you can spend your budget on, and you put too much in one thing, it takes away from something else, right? Yeah. 83 in here, 90 outside, 76% humidity. That's pretty awful humidity, and I'm in Georgia. 81 can handle no problemo. My skin is wet, just sticky. I'm fine up until about 83. Outdoors and indoors, I feel differently. I definitely feel like outdoors I can stand higher temperatures as long as I can get in shade and if there's a breeze. Then I start to get stuffy. No determination when the power will be back. Man, Texas's power grid, yo. Garbo. Oh, it's midnight. Right. My humidity here is low. All the food in our fridge/freezer is gone. What happened? Or do you just mean like you need to go shopping? I'm not sure what gone means. By the way, Tara and Jam, I don't know when you guys both joined in, but exciting news tonight. We are officially no longer triple streaming, and for exciting reasons. The exciting reason we are no longer triple streaming is because tonight, officially, we are quadruple streaming. We're streaming on 4 platforms. YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Instagram at the same time. Oh, right, because no power. I mean, I just assume if there's a power outage, you just you would still have food. You would just wouldn't open the fridge for a while. Try to let it run its course. Protected by the seal on the door, and however long it can stay cool in there. Oh, it's over temp in there now. If it's meat, it's gone for sure. Yes, we're doing a vertical stream on Instagram. Go check it out. Instagram.com/Damien Home. Swoosh. I love your name. Oh, it's actually triple O's. So really, it's swoosh. Thanks for joining. I got to get this wall up to spec to the other one. The ice cream was a puddle. Oh, the power's been out for 3 full days? I must have missed the memo. That's crazy. That's awful. Really. Okay. That's too far. We need this. In by 1? What are we doing? We just need 12. Why does this not feel right? Let's be down 2. And out 1 more. This is not right. So this needs to be to there. Yeah. And then down 1 like this. Yeah, except probably not with that block. That wasted my time. That's the block I want. Why is it so hard to get that up there? That's what she said. There we go. There we go. That's synergy. Wait, is it? Is this 3 up? Did I mess this up? Pooh. I did. I did. What we need is to take out this whole bottom corner. Because then it's 2. 1, 2, 3. 3. That looks right. I just built 1 too deep on this other side here. The hurricane barrel blew a bunch of trees everywhere. 2.3 million without power, but they've restored half so far. Oof. Anticipating 80% by end of Sunday. Is there a lot of community involvement? I was active. I was in an active storm scenario in Texas once upon a time. The one time when I was there for an extended part of my life. And I heard a story. This is anecdote from somebody, so it could be just extreme bias. I don't know. You can tell me if you feel like this is accurate or not. But they said they had been around for Hurricane Katrina and Ike. Ike was the one in Texas, right? Later on. And in Katrina, they said that they felt like the residents sort of waited around and didn't do anything to help themselves. Just sort of like screaming, when's FEMA gonna get here and make everything right for us? I hate the new glider functionality. And nighttime is so dark initially. It's so bad, and it's so hard to get up this particular cliff. Oh, and I have no energy left. But they said with Hurricane Ike, if I'm remembering the name of the one right in Texas, they said the community all pulled together, worked hard with each other, devoted time and energy, made sure everyone was taken care of, and then FEMA came and like did their bit. But like the Texans jumped at the opportunity to help each other and were immediately helpful without waiting for like government assistance. They took care of each other in ways that Louisiana just didn't. Not trying to throw anybody under the bus, not my story. I'm just curious if you feel like there's a sense of community support, Texans helping Texans sort of thing. temps at or above 100 every day. Ike and Katrina, 2005-2006. Katrina was no more New Orleans than Ike hit Houston after. Lots of people from Katrina were in Houston by the time Ike hit here. Oh, interesting. Look at how good this is all looking so far. This is going to be the best looking Kelvin in the history of Kelvins. Still something's going to have to happen to this. It's just not. It's not vibing. It is not vibing. First of all, I decided I really don't like the way this all looks. I don't know why it's so funky. But I have to use rough stone in here. Where's my building block? Oh, that's much better. There's like a little bit of a... This is fine. Having this edge that's just a little bit around the altar, that's okay. That way looks a lot better. It looks like I'm missing a block up there, though, just one. Is one missing there? Nope. It's not missing, it's just like damaged. That looks better. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's off from the spot above it, though, I see. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like it. Yeah, everything's gonna have to come over by one. That's fine. Can't tell if I'm hearing late fireworks or if we have a thunderstorm going through. Or if somebody in the house is awake and making loud noises. I don't know about community, but I know there's much less government slash corporate corruption in Texas. Interesting. Centerpoint, the electricity supplier, operates better than whatever New Orleans has. Oh. Guess I didn't know. Yeah, this is all going to have to come in by just like one. Which means breaking blocks like this means they can't be removed or changed without using the same tool. But I don't see another way. That's going to have to come in one, isn't it? And that's going to have to come up one. Something like that. Still kind of chippy over there on the side, but that's better. Toady, how's it going? Welcome. We are officially beta testing. Beta testing? We're testing out quad streaming right now. It's going good. Bribery to get anything done is standard in Louisiana. Mom and pop shops to government bureaucrats. Interesting. I've never heard this take on Louisiana. I don't know almost anything about Louisiana, to be honest, so. I've been through it. But I've never heard anybody say it's corrupted. Okay, now it looks like the portal is in line with the tower above it, and that's much prettier. This is pretty good. I feel like this needs a little enclosure here for synergy, but I'm not sure. Maybe just this needs to be extended over. to that. Let's do this one. Maybe just bring it kind of across like this. We'll try this at first and see how it looks. Probably expand it. Oh, I guess we don't have to expand it that way. What we can do is maybe just bring it up from there and kill that one little overhanging block. It doesn't need to be there. That looks okay. I don't know what I'd do with that particular weird corner right there in the middle. But how does this look on the inside? Better. Better, actually. Like, intentional. What I might just do is just add a little bit extra. Just like one more bit of crown molding here. Like that. Give it a bit of a rounding with this particular block. We'll leave the indent like that. That's fine. I know it doesn't completely match up. That I'm okay with that. And then this is not good round. So we need to bring... Whoops. Ah, poop. Where was I? Let me bring this up to here. Yeah, something like that. Okay, that's better. Lots of people from Louisiana here, it is known. I'm burning out very limited internet. All right, sounds good. Phone's making it hotter in here, which I don't need, so I have to bounce for now. Thanks for popping in. I will catch you on the flip side. Hope power comes to you quickly. I'll try to remember to update my Discord if anything interesting happens. Sounds good. Good luck. Hang in there. I was stolen by the ads. Oh, yeah. I stopped telling the story of the quadruple stream because I knew you were going to be taken away. Congrats on quad streaming. Always knew your legs were phenomenal. I mean, we could always do a stream of my quads.
Toady_Toady just subscribed.
Sam, thanks so much. Toady is a long-standing... Toady is more, actually... I was going to say Toady is a long-standing friend of stream. Toady is actually one of those folks who is friends with the greater Network 07 community. For those of you that don't know the origin story, I was not the first of my friends and family to start live streaming. I was the first person in my group of friends to start doing content creation that I know of. I did, I started my YouTube channel 10 years ago now, actually. So it's on its this year is its 10 year anniversary. And I gave it up out of frustration when they changed the partnership requirements, and I lost partnership as a result. And I didn't know Nico back then, but then Nico started live streaming. Oh, looks pretty good that way. And I wanted to start live streaming, and Oz wanted to start live streaming, and we all started live streaming the same year. Actually, within like a month or so of each other. Oz's brother and his partner, we all became streamers, and we all started this collective called Network 07. We even tried to make it official, but apparently Twitch needed, at least at that time, I don't know if this is still the case, needed you to be a partner to start a streaming, I don't know what they're called, collective, a gang. So we didn't officially become a gang, but we'd often pop onto each other's streams and buy each other games and play multiplayer like almost exclusively with each other for a long time. And yeah, we've known Toady a good amount of that time across multiple streamers. we're all basically family. Nico's the only one of us that's like not in the family, but he basically is. Nico is like my college best friend's sister's ex-husband's brother. Whatever. He's like my brother now. We're basically brothers. He's like a non-official, not actually adopted into our family brother. Yeah. Sam, you son of a nice lady. I'm not a member of the 7. We're a member of how many other 5? Network 07 is actually a play on an Eldritch nerd sort of thing. Because if you type 07, which I'll do in chat right now, you get a salute. You get a little salute. So that's what we are. Just a network of old gaming nerds. Welcome on in. I'm the EMCUC. I see what you did there. Very clever. Clever naming. I thought 7 just like the boys. Oh, like the 7? Yeah, we were just being nerdy at the time that we came up with that. We never officialized that name or anything, but you know, I think I might just leave it this way for now. This seems reasonable. It's still like stark, and it still feels like the flame altar doesn't necessarily like belong here. It sticks in the corner funny. Maybe if we do some furnishings or decorations around it, it'll look like it makes more sense. But it's at least better than what it was. It was just like, it was here, and it was just kind of in the middle of a courtyard in sort of an awkward placing anyway. So it's like, it's marginally better. But the best part is that we've closed the gap at the entrance, which means I can actually terraform this land down to make it make sense, that's phenomenal. Honestly, I'm really happy about that. Yeah. Anyway, our topic for tonight is, if you had 6 months of immunity, criminal immunity, presidential immunity, what would you do with your immune times? But the more we got talking in tonight's topic, the more I started to feel like us characterizing President Biden as somebody who has immunity from all laws for the remainder of his presidency is probably an incorrect characterization, because anything that he tried that would be perceived as criminal would be a near impossibility for him to characterize or colorize later on as a presidential act worthy of protections. If it's not worthy of protections, if it's not presidential, then the immunity clause doesn't hold. And so it's not the superpower that some people feared it would be. That also means it wouldn't be the superpower if Trump were to win the election, that some people feared he would make himself king if given the capacity to do so. All this rubble. Breaking it down feels good, though. It's definitely cleansing. I don't know what we're going to do with all these areas. Just making everything more hospitable. I also learned that a lot of other politicians have immunities that I didn't give them credit for, or I didn't know or understand before tonight. Like senators. So the fact that AOC is trying to impeach, well, I guess she's not trying to impeach Supreme Court justices based on the immunity ruling. She's doing her impeachment papers are based on them receiving gifts and not keeping proper track of everything. Something like that, right? Does that sound about right? Although she's doing this in a house that will almost assuredly strike her down. So it looks like it's performative to show her constituency, look, look, look. I'm acting in our interests, even if the way that I'm acting is ceremonial. So much of this stuff everywhere. You can break this by hand too, but oof, like the one block, it's too much. Oh, there's like a whole way over here we didn't even see because it was so blocked out by rubble. Jeez, look at this. It's just a mess. All of this is just a mess. Makes you wonder if there's like secret rooms underneath this, like stuff they started to build and then gave up. This is all built by the developers. Yeah, this place is messy. What I really want to do is get rid of this like stupid cliff though. This doesn't make any sense. I know it's going to break the road to some degree. But the alternative is leaving the cliff, and that just seems really dumb. So I think what we're just going to do, for starters, is just kind of smooth everything out by using... it's like a 45-degree, right? Yeah. Let's try to use a 45-degree block and carve it. I wish we could flip this vertically. We can only flip it horizontally. Because what I'd love to do is be able to smooth it even faster by taking big old horizontal or big old stair step chunks out of it. I guess we can still do that. We just won't do it with that block though. We can do it with stair step block, right? No, maybe not. Because it's going to leave everything above it not obscured. I think it's just gonna have to be the usual brick block. This destroys the mats that we would normally get from pickaxing this area, but we don't need those mats. We don't need like just dirt and rock. I can't think of a faster way to get rid of this cliff than this anyway. If you need stone and dirt, you can get them from anywhere. And the server will just respawn them in half an hour. As long as it's not where a flame altar is, it's not protected land. This at least gives us an easier way to get out of here too. Because some of this cliff is just too high to even glider out easily. You'd have to climb a building first, and just a nuisance. What's the latest fear-mongering on the implications of this matter? I don't watch the news. As far as the immunity clause, the big fear is not from the right, it's just from the left. And the idea is that if Trump wins this election, he could use the immunity clause to protect himself from all of his criminal proceedings, especially like the Mar-a-Lago document court case, and make arguments for, you know, everything that he's doing in action of they were all presidential necessities that he was doing, but also going forward, making things. I guess I can keep going this way. Making things a legal reality for him in the future to sort of take over as like a permanent president, basically block out future elections, so that he is the last president and he starts taking on royal powers like a king. That's the big fear mongering, is that this is the kingmaker ruling from the Supreme Court. Because Trump particularly would be the sort of person who, if he could get away with making himself a king, he would. And then be the permanent future ruler of the US. Something like that. Hey, what's going on? Gamersucker? English or Spanish? I speak English. Yo hablo español también, un poco, pero ocupa más práctica. Bienvenidos. Welcome. The thing you're reacting to right now is a bot message, so please don't be afraid of it. That's just a bot being very colorful with a greeting, saying hello. I think that might have been the first time Astrobunbot ever scared somebody. Astrobunbot, do better. Okay. Be lovely, especially just to get like this road kind of better sorted. Make a little cliff carving for now. We'll work on the rest later. Uh-oh. Did I plant a block I can't take out? Okay, I can. I think something that I'm seeing more nowadays than I ever have in my entire life are armchair legal strategists. So in other words, like people who say, you know, I just read the case law on this, and what you will see or what I'm about to tell you is shocking. And then they go off and they have, you know, a bad take on what it is that they've read. Normally they're TikTokers. And I don't know if they get paid to say dumb, crazy stuff, or if they legitimately, you know, read and interpret and misunderstand what they're reading. Are they even like law clerks or JD candidates? Or there's no way they're lawyers and actually saying that kind of stuff, because there's just no way. But the concept that the Supreme Court or you know, future presidential candidates are are working to absolutely destroy and gut our freedoms and way of life and completely change the political structure of our government. It's just nobody seems to be asking for motive or understanding in these political posters and like legal analysis TikTokers. And the thing that's crazy to me is that when you do hear sort of an explanation or from their viewpoint what they think is going on, it almost always leads to like a level of corruption, like people are just seeking money or they're seeking power over people. And I think what's problematic with that is that doesn't really explain the motive. You can make money and you can make power through a lot of different methods to try to rewrite an entire country to exploit like an entire populace, to weave it under your will to create future policy that will affect hundreds of millions of people, so your little family or your little enclave can get a little extra kickback. That's a really huge nefarious amount of motivation that's kind of hard to the onus is kind of on the TikToker, and yet people will see these posts and completely fall into the trap of like, oh my gosh, that's so true, like they're right, you know, they're only after sort of like power over this group of people, or they're just all really pushing for, or they're all really, you know, they're all evil people. And that kind of absolutist conversation, that way of navigating around the world, is something that unfortunately is endemic on both sides of the fence. It used to be sort of the joke that only the right talked in such extremes and absolutes, but I think the left is playing worse and worse dirty pool, and unfortunately it makes sort of a moral high ground harder to do when there's an entire bicameral problem, not necessarily with politicians, but especially with people who are supporting the left or the right through social media, that the extreme views get the most play, they get the most engagement online, and they're always the craziest takes, the ones that don't make any sense. And they make anybody who's kind of in the middle of the fence, or, you know, swing voter, or questioning how they're going to vote in this next election, feel like both sides are just crazy. I think what one side really needs to do to win is, well, one side, what I think the left probably needs to do better than the right is make the right look like they're a bunch of crazy zealots. Make the right look extremist, and show that the left can focus on talking exclusively about future policy, being protective of the overall good of a long-term future, investing carefully in ideas that will last the test of time in the US, and just be a lot more cautious and focus on truths. Fact checking is so easy to do these days. Is the sun gonna set? I feel like it's been getting to be nighttime for a long time now. I do still want to get rid of this tower, but I felt like I've been wanting to get rid of this tower for a long time. Alright, I guess we have to start getting rid of some of this. I think if the left can come off as rational the right doesn't stand a chance. But when people on the left characterize themselves as so extreme and that the right's just full of monsters, you're gonna lose the plot. That is not where I wanted to go. Thank you. That's where I wanted to go. It gets views. It does get views. That's the unfortunate part. But I feel like it's going to get hate views. It's going to drive people away. Sensible, moderate people away. Feeds into confirmation biases and makes people feel more righteous. Yeah. I mean, to me, those sound like endemic problems of the right. Like those have always been bad issues, especially since the Christian right, that the right needs to sort out and focus more on policy. So then we've got like no building materials for this. Dirt? Do we want dirt or stone? Do I not have stone on me? I guess I don't. Whatever, you know what? I could just dig it for a little bit. Yeah, I feel like that was endemically a much more of a long-term problem on the right, and now I'm seeing it turning into more of a problem on the left. The left is doing a lot more characterization of how bad the right is and how controlling of women that the right wants to be, and that's why they have all these laws that are curtailing women's freedoms. It's a power grab. It's part of the patriarchy. They're monsters. They're evil. It's all about money and power. They don't provide cheap insulin because they just want to keep lining their pockets. And for a while, I feel like this is starting to cool down, but for a while I felt like the left was doing a lot of gatekeeping around race. Like, if you are part of this greater racial movement, then you know and share experiences together, and you have like a unified understanding that other people external to your experiences couldn't possibly share, understand, or know. And so they can't join in the conversation because they don't have the right or the place to. I built some of my community to be antithetical to that because I felt like really a good solid truth and understanding or realization on how to solve a problem or just good ideas in general can come from anywhere. If you have the experience under your belt, great. If you don't, that's great too. Anybody can have a great idea that can change the world, and it doesn't matter who you are or where you came from. And also, it's incredibly limiting and monolith creating to tell anybody that because you're part of some minority group, your experiences are like everyone else from that minority group as well. And you should think and feel like those people too. And you should interact with and engage with the greater world around you, just like everyone who looks like you. It felt like a bunch of racists had infiltrated the left when I was hearing that sort of conversation. A good amount of my family on my mom's side is either Hispanic or part Hispanic. And to see a term like Latinx float around that implied that people who come from Hispanic backgrounds all share a commonality in their existence and a way of interacting in the United States that is samey enough that they can all be applied the same way. That somebody who has Mexican heritage and somebody who has Argentinian heritage can sort of be squished together. Like, don't worry about it. You know, culturally, you're roughly close enough to each other that we'll give you sort of an overarching term that describes your experiences in a more wide basis. And I'm glad to see so many people reject that kind of characterization, that sort of lumping and destruction of national identity, of cultural identity, and of personal individual identity, so that people decided, no, I disagree with this, and I'm willing to refer to myself just as an individual, as a person. I sometimes make jokes and comments about myself having Finnish heritage, what it's like to be a Finn, and how the ways in which I interact with the world are very decidedly Finnish. And to some degree that's true, but I also feel decidedly not Finnish at the same time. There are many things that I do that are antithetical to what you would normally experience in Finland or with other Finns. And I'm comfortable with that reality. I like the fact that I have Finnish heritage, and that means that I do have some cultural experiences and similarities with other people, but that I'm also very distinctly an individual, and that the tropes of what it means to be Finnish don't apply to me on a one-to-one, in a one-to-one sort of fashion. I choose my own adventure. I am my own person. And I define how I live my life, not where my ancestors came from. This is all bumpy in a bad way. Just want everything to be smooth. And I wish we could make this block, this one that I'm destroying right now, this road block. Can we flatten it? Okay, that's helpful, actually. It's very nice, the rake tool. It's a little bit cryptic as to how this particular tool works, but when it works right, it works real nice. The very strange thing is you've got people on the left saying that schools should be segregated because children learn better, more comfortable with teachers of their own race, making statements that math is racist and a tool of oppression. Yeah, these are some extremist views, but I've heard these views as well. Some really wild stuff seems like steps backwards. It definitely is. Yeah, and I hope that the test of history will show that these people went too far, that their ideas were, you know, protect and support all children and make them feel comfortable and educated in a way that integrates them into society best, but that motivation lost the plot somewhere in the implementation, and the way that they were trying to make it work was actually very hateful, discriminatory, and othering to to everyone else who wasn't part of, you know, any exact particular clique. Ow. Oh, geez, I almost died. Yeah, and I think we're starting to see that. I don't think the far left ever apologized for moving toward that stance, but I think we're starting to see at least a future where they're letting go of that. Same thing with the right, with like gay marriage. Nobody on the right ever said like, hey, we're officially dropping that idea, or sorry guys, you know, that was a wild ride, but like, hey, gay marriage is cool and we're cool with it and it's all good. Nobody ever came out and said it, but nobody on the right is supporting, you know, revoking gay marriage rights anymore, even though that was big policy not that long ago. I mean, if you look at the groups like the Heritage Foundation, well, I mean, they're a bunch of quack jobs, right? I feel like a lot of people are trying to distance themselves from that group, because they're extreme to a point where it's becoming such a bad look for politicians to show any sort of affiliation with them. It's going to be career death if people continue on thinking like Heritage Foundation has the plot anywhere. They're definitely going to lose moderates in that group. They're vying for power. They literally have said on TV there's an American revolution coming toward making America a Christian nationalism country, and that it can remain bloodless if the left allows it to. There just aren't enough Christians to make it a Christian nationalist country. There are people on the right saying they want to take away women's right to vote, that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Float around. There's Project 2025. Maybe not all conservatives are bad or evil, but the ones that are in positions of power aren't doing enough to push back against things like 2025 or this extreme push to take rights away from women. I'll say too, there's a lot of issues on the far left with racism and other things, and expecting that they should win just because they're not the Republicans, which isn't right either. Yeah. I say this is a progressive, not a liberal. Both sides of the floor suck, and they have for a while, but the far right has been worse for the last 30 to 40 years. I'm honestly terrified about where this country is heading. It seems like, just in terms of policy and what sort of... Oh, son of a bitch. Of course, I would fall completely down the cliff. Where we have gone with what laws have been passed, that we are moving toward a positive direction. I was personally actually really surprised to see in the Idaho EMTALA case that Idaho was forced to continue to provide emergency abortion treatment while the EMTALA case is still being decided, which is massive. I mean, there are some things that I think are just scary because they're up in the air, but there are other ways in which it looks like the country has been moving in a positive direction and continues to do so, just in terms of general protection, progressive, slow progressive idea, and maintaining liberty at the federal level, even if some states would rather get as much right as they could so that they can clamp down on freedoms in their areas. I do feel like on a federal level, we've been moving more and more toward freedom. I haven't seen any leftists claiming that kids need to be segregated by race. Who is saying that? Did you see Melania did a fundraiser with the log cabin Republicans, raised 1.6 million? Oh, okay, fun stuff. I haven't heard the term log cabin until recently. I'm not 100% sure what's supposed to make a log cabin Republican. What does that term define precisely? I've seen plenty of people that claim to be far right insisting that they need to end gay marriage. Interesting. I have not seen anybody make... I mean, I've heard people talk about the interest on removing it, but no one who's a policymaker or legislator actually making that a talking point. Not for a long while now. It doesn't seem to be popular with constituents largely. Not like it used to. But then, you know, Christians were also taught that being homosexual was a choice or something that was groomed into you. And now that's just become a extremist talking point. Although I've also seen leftists who have gotten really mad at people who have claimed that they have chosen their sexuality, saying that it's impossible for you to choose your sexuality and that there is no there's no option there because it looks bad for optics. If you say that you could choose down the road what you're interested in, hard for me to say. I don't know if it could ever be perceived as something other than what people perceive it to be, unless we have some sort of strong science behind it, and the science behind sexual orientation is still pretty out in the boonies. Still very nascent. Now that's a group of people I just don't understand. They're not going to get enough support either. Even fundamentalist families have more and more homosexuality in their own family, and then they'd be, creating conflicts of interest if they voted against that. Idaho is also a state that has literally made some public libraries 18 plus, where kids cannot go in there at all without a parent, and the parent needs to sign an affidavit every time they let their child in the public library. Yeah. This is a place where some people are deciding this is a haven for their way of life, though, too. These are people who the left did not do a good enough job bringing certain groups of people along for the progress of where society was going to go. And I definitely feel like there's a certain angry, hurt, and scared group of people out there that feel like the nation and the culture that they grew up in is leaving them behind and is leaving them bereft of support and care, and they're angry about it. To me, the way I see the GOP moving on the extremes feels like the last death throes of a cultural movement that's long overdue to be replaced, and slowly has been. The vast majority of whom are moving away from topics that used to be hot and used to be fully decided. One of the first things Trump said in the debate with the question, what would he do in terms of access to abortion care to the citizens of the US, he said, well, the Supreme Court decided that it was okay to have pill-based abortions sent by mail, and I support that decision. No Republican before Trump would have ever dared to say anything like that on live TV on a national debate. And now he said it without blinking an eye. He wasn't like, this is a grave question with a lot of, strong feelings on both sides. He was just like, I support the Supreme Court. Log Cabin Republican is a reference to Lincoln. Okay. And the intimation that he was gay? That Lincoln was gay? So they are basically the gay bloc of the Republican Party. Interesting. When I bet they feel largely unsupported by some of the more extreme people. Would Dave Rubin consider himself a log cabin Republican? I know for the longest time he wouldn't say anything that defined himself on the right. He just wanted to define himself as a person who is having the important conversations. And then he became a bigger and bigger shill over the years. Yeah. When Trump was in office, he refused to meet with them, if I remember correctly. Interesting. Look around at personal businesses, especially Christian personal businesses. They fought for the right to be able to deny giving wedding services to gay couples, and the Supreme Court ruled in their favor. I would argue, as far as personal businesses go, that largely I agree with the idea that a personal business shouldn't be compelled to perform service for anybody that they disagree with for any reason, and honestly, for no reason. that there shouldn't be a reason that has to be granted. But I also think that businesses like that will show over the course of time with market forces what's going to actually be successful or not. And I think if you have a hard stance against asking people for their sexual orientation to decide whether or not they're going to be part of your clientele, you're going to find yourself on the wrong side of the market forces, and people are going to go with a competitor over time. They might find their enclaves, like, you know, move to Idaho and find only people that are like, yeah, you support only my orientation. That super matters to me. But that's not gonna continue to persist as a strong market force. I mentioned 1.6 million because it's a staggeringly small number for a first lady candidate's wife dinner. Is it? I mean, just in terms of the public response to Melania as a person, I feel like that's a pretty sizable amount of money. You might be right. That might be small for another former first lady, but for her, it sounded like a big number to me. I mean, I would like to raise 1.6 million in a dinner. Look at states like Ohio, for example, too. The far right has actually made it a thing in Ohio now where public schools are teaching Christian Bible classes to students. That's a direct violation of the separation of church and state. Depends. I'd need to know more context, but my public high school had a Bible class in it, and it was not necessarily in violation of church and state with the way it was conducted. So I need to know much more particulars there. I've seen talk that they try to incentivize children into attending by offering them food and candy. It's cute. That's actually adorable and pathetic. If your religion requires you to do the same things that Scientology does to get people into a Scientology meeting, then you're already losing the plot, and can't imagine you staying around for that much longer. Far right people continue to vote to not provide kids with school lunches. Well, I mean, the fact that a Christian would provide snackage only for somebody who says yes to their indoctrination is absolutely recent history accurate. Most missions are that way too, right? You go off and you make a whole bunch of like water infrastructure and housing for underprivileged community, and you say, okay, you know, we'll give this all to you. You just have to do these workbooks with us and pray with us, and we'll show you how to worship, and basically just convert them before you give up the goods. I know there are some missions that don't do the carrot and the stick or the bait and switch or whatever, but I also know a bunch that do. Yeah, definitely is far-right death rows about wanting things to be the way they like them. I agree with them. I think over time what you see is a GOP that moves the goalposts over time and continues to be progressive. It just continues to be progressive at a slower pace. So you just have like slow, angry, and scared progressives, and then like modern, faster progressives. And you have some people that are like extremely fast progressives. Like there's some folks that are like, I know we haven't seen communism or socialism work yet, but we've learned so much about all the failed states that tried it that this time it could work. Without like understanding problems like communism's shipping problem, for example. Not knowing the macroeconomics of some of these governmental systems and places where there are pitfalls that haven't really had good solved for solutions been put together just yet. Bedtime for me. Have fun and no dying. I haven't died yet, so hopefully I can stay alive. It's almost bedtime for me though too. Claims he supports that, but that's a lie. He said he didn't support banning abortion, and yet he still runs around and tries to take credit for being the one that overturned Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade isn't a direct ban on abortion, though, right? Roe v. Wade is a removing of Federalist court case, and something that even progressive judges like Ruth Bader Ginsburg agreed that it either needed to be overturned or was going to be overturned. RBG wouldn't have begged Obama to codify Roe v. Wade into a constitutional amendment if it weren't for the fact that she thought that Roe v. Wade was garbage case law and was going to be overturned at some point in her lifetime or outside of it. I read a lot of legal analysts' notion on whether Roe v. Wade should have stayed intact, and almost ubiquitously in nonpartisan conversation, just in legal conversation, a lot of people said it was really garbage, and that something like that needed to be brought up as probably as an amendment, if anything, as an amendment. But maybe this will be another market force, and we'll see mass migrations happen as a result, as people find that certain places have unlivable standards of living, including what sort of liberties are allowed for somebody's medical rights. We might see that start to decide where people end up in the country, and have it be much less decided upon historical family situations or whatever other reasons people decide what state they're going to hang out in. Trump really just likes to flip the narrative to whatever suit who he's talking to. He's a politician. I didn't save the poster papers, but the sentiment was being conveyed using things like role model effect, safe spaces for POC, and segregated dorms. Wow, that's wild. I don't think anything like that would ultimately fly, but it's crazy that was being suggested. Yeah. And I've seen some stuff about the inherent bias, racial bias about math and certain types of sciences, and the fact that, you know, STEM is like a form of colonization, which it hurts. It really hurts. As somebody who appreciates everything that STEM is, has been, and can be, it hurts for me to think that anybody would say we're not going to get involved in it because we believe that it is harming our people. Try to do some digging, see if I can find it. If you can, I'm also... Oh, yeah. But if you could say that, you can have black-only restaurants. True. Or no Muslim allowed taxi companies. Yep. Or white-only hotels and motels. Probably not that one, because whites have historic power. And that's one place where the left will stop on the, you know, racist handshake with the far right. So the far right and the far left look really similar, but they're going to be, you know, slightly different flavors, slightly different smells. And one of them is that the left believes that racial segregation is positive for everybody who's been historically oppressed, and not helpful at all, actually harmful if it's given to the people who have historically had power. That decision literally is enabling discrimination, though. If you're a customer service, you serve the customer. I would much rather... I mean, I think generally we all live in a country where we've agreed that we don't create a compulsive situation in which you serve customers no matter what you feel or what your determination about how you run your business is. Generally, we want to stay out of... We want the government to stay out of business, and we want the government to have limited say on how somebody maintains and manages a company external to, you know, what sort of threats they might introduce to the greater world, like environmental issues. And even then, the government usually turns a bit of a blind eye for historical things like our oil industry to make sure that some people's pockets stay lined. But where we do believe in regulation, where it might affect sort of a blanket group of people, we don't generally believe in regulation where it creates compulsory behaviors on a business owner. What I'd much rather see is those businesses fail through market forces, i.e. they're found to be hateful. They're posted on Google, on Yelp, and everything else that, you know, these places are biased against sexual orientations and therefore are not deserving of your business if you agree, you know, like my post or whatever. Yeah, it works out that way. You don't have to agree with what they're doing, but it does not mean you personally support that if you're a Christian wedding service making a cake for a gay couple. The problem is, do they have studies during school hours? They won't, you know, they won't let Muslim religious studies. They might allow Jewish studies just so they don't look anti-Semitic, but they're not going to give the same offering to all religions, and that's a problem. I think some of that's historicity that you don't see some of that stuff happening, but it would be my hope that for places that push to have certain religious teachings or certain religious groups, like a Christian group or like a weekly prayer circle or whatever, that other religions come in and insist themselves. It's one of the reasons why I like the Satanic Temple so much, is because they've made it such a social movement to integrate themselves anywhere that religion is allowed and only Christianity is being represented. I hope to see more of that sort of like free market solution to a historic populated problem. Like, we have a Bible study because we've always had a Bible study. It's like, all right, well then you're also going to have Satanic Temple present as well. Overturning Roe v. Wade removed protections that were put in place for women's reproductive rights. They removed federal protections, but state protections still exist in the majority of the country, right? Overturning that means states can start to whittle away women's rights to abortion, as we've seen happened already. But we're also seeing an immediate backlash, right? Idaho's upset at the EMTALA ruling. Texas has an open court case with the United States, and a number of other states are waiting to see what sort of court case precedent Idaho and the U.S. end up settling on to create, you know, their own rule set based on that. I live in a state that is restrictive of certain rule sets, but not restrictive of others. And, you know, we've definitely considered moving as a possibility depending on how the future of the state of Georgia goes. But that's the part that I was referencing earlier, is that even in the case of Idaho, which is one of the more restrictive governments as far as that's concerned, once they got the power, they wanted to, you know, basically completely reverse decades of historicity as far as federal protection. And they're being stopped. The feds are just saying, you know, you can't just out of nowhere not provide EMTALA support for people. And Idaho's upset. Silvos is caught in ads? Silvos, you gift so many subs, and yet you don't have a sub yourself. How does this happen? I do the same thing, though. Honestly, I provide, and then when it comes to giving to myself, I'm like, oh, gross. Who would do that? There's no way I'm going to go do stuff for myself. Which, by the way, I heard from a little bird that I'm getting a pair of pants because I'm down to like one pair of pants. I don't talk about that kind of stuff on stream because That's not the business. That's not me growing streaming as a thing. And yet I found out that a stream goal was created unbeknownst to me to provide more new wardrobe. I used to have 2 pairs of pants, and they both were too thin.
Silvozoo just subscribed.
Well, there you go, Silvos. You're officially ad-free because you're like me and you don't provide for yourself. Sem stepped in. Thank you, Semtonic. That's very kind. From one friend of stream to another friend of stream, you now get to bypass the ads. And enjoy my homemade emoji. Again, if you see an emoji, or if you can think of an emoji that you don't see, that's how I should be phrasing it. Let me know. I've still got a couple emoji slots I need to create artwork for. And been itching for a reason to bust out the iPad and get something else going on. Okay. If they say they don't have to bake you a cake, though, can a private hospital say the same thing? Genuinely curious. I don't know. So if it came to like baking a cake, well, first of all, if it's a private hospital, private's private, right? Private's just private. But if it were like state-run hospital, I wish I had Fangirl here because she would know that this kind of stuff. Then there are certain requirements for keeping somebody healthy. Now, if their hospital did wedding cakes, if the restaurant in the hospital did wedding cakes, could they say no to certain clientele? Maybe. Like if it's a Catholic saint named hospital, could they say no if you happen to be gay and you wanted a gay marriage and you wanted their cake? Maybe. But then if you were like in, what the hell was that? It's a weird bubble in the sky. But then if you were like in their hospital because you had like kidney failure and it was time for some food and the hospital had to make you food, then because of EMTALA, wouldn't they be like compelled by the feds to step in and make sure that you were properly nourished, that while you were there you got food? I wish I knew more about hospital administration, but again, everybody in my family went into medical except for me. The one black sheep out of us all. Black sheep for many reasons. Yeah. Okay. Putting abortion bans up to 22 weeks still endangers women that are having problems, or the fetus is having problems past the 22-week marker. As we've seen with states like Texas that claim they do make exceptions for the woman's life, they still have an increase in deaths because they fight against allowing those people to get abortions. Right. So the counter argument to that is if they stepped in as often as they had to under federal protections, Texas wonders how many deaths of, new life would they consider by their idea of what life is to be saved now, because those people aren't, or those actions aren't protected by the government anymore. And it's an intractable problem, and one that we're not going to solve here while I'm trying to get to bed soon. But the fact of the matter is there are certain state governments that have a different concept of what life is, where life begins, what protections a mother has, what protections an unborn child has, what an unborn child is, and how all of that, shakes down. Is it because those states want to control women? That's too limiting of an argument. It's something far broader than, we need control over half the population. Right. It's a much more long-standing conversation. It's something that requires far more than us dialoguing it out here, and far more, obviously, than one state just deciding what it wants, because even within each state, there's dissent. And people who are trying to move, relocate, adjust their families, find a new way, go to another country entirely, because they're disapproving of where things are in the future. I know people who are looking to move out of Texas because they feel like it is antagonistic to women's health and women's control of their own bodies. I know people who are looking to move out of California because they feel like it is a child murdering state and they would rather live in some place like Idaho because it protects their ideology and their religion and their way of life. And I understand both concerns. I'm not a middle of the roadist person here. I have my own ideas. And Oz and I and my two daughters have our own views of where women's health need to be for us and our family. So there's a lot going on there. But I do feel like the GOP is moving to an area where abortion is going to be less and less of a major talking point for their party, because I see the ticking death clock on that one. Yeah. Why buy one iPhone when you can buy 4? That was the ad? Wow, what a sad money grab. If Apple wasn't so good at making Colts, I don't think they would still be around. They've used other companies as primary innovators for so long. They're so behind the innovation market. They just make very, very nice but ludicrously luxury priced phones. The cost of component that you pay in an iPhone is so exorbitant compared to other companies, and the use case that they're trying to develop, like why you should need an iPhone versus anything else for what you do, I see a very small niche of people using them. In fact, the fact that you can basically shoot a movie on an iPhone camera proves that they're trying to do something really weird with their clientele that I can only perceive as being a cult. Because why would you want to shoot a movie and decide that you would do it on a phone? If you really wanted to shoot a movie, you would do it with movie cameras. If you really wanted a good phone, you could spend 1/3 of the price and have enough phone for everything you want. I don't know anybody who has an iPhone that uses it for its full functionality. And I don't know anybody who has an iPhone that uses 1/3 of the functionality that I use my Android for. I use my split screen functionality so often, and you know what I've been presented as a counter argument by iPhone users when I say, aren't you upset that Apple doesn't do split screening on phones? They just say, oh well, I would never use that. I won't use that. That's their answer. Not, oh, it's an inferior phone because they haven't figured out how to do split screening yet, and Android's been doing it for years and years. They just say, oh, I don't use that. Like, that's a good enough argument to pay triple the price for your phone. Anyway, rant off. Remember they had restaurants charging more for men or whites to address systemic inequalities? Yeah, that's a failing business model too, right? It's the majority of people here, and I don't think the majority of whites in America feel a certain amount of shame that requires them to pay more money at a restaurant to make them feel happier about their shame. I meant more like if you got shot and you had to go to the ER and it was a private owned, can they say they don't want to treat you? EMTALA says no, they have to treat you. Yeah, there's federal protections against that, and that's what Idaho is trying to sue against. They disapprove of what they perceive as an EMTALA overreach when it comes to having to provide emergency abortion as medical care. They believe you shouldn't have to. And what's funny to me right now is Idaho has to provide emergency abortions right now while the court case is still being decided. In other words, the court has said, we haven't reached an answer on this yet, but for the meantime, go do some baby killing and live with it until we get further along in this case. Welcome to Howdy Arabia. What does that mean? That's a reference I don't know. Also, hi Kit. I feel like it's been a while. How have you been? Kit, you should know something. We're now quadruple streaming. Uh-oh. Did that stream actually die? It looks like I froze. Let me restart or refresh. Uh-oh. I hope it didn't die. Let me check real quick. How do I check my own live stream? Plus live. I think it might have actually ended. Might be able to see this on a private window. Has anybody been watching the live stream on Instagram? I'm live streaming on Instagram is the answer, but I think it might have died. I don't want to start it back up again right now though. It froze. And then I tried to restart it again, and it was like, oh, add your video details and start and go live. I'm like, oh crap, I don't want to do that. Scratch. Okay, so that one might have some kinks. Yeah, actually, I'm looking at OBS and it said it died right at the 4-hour mark. Is there a time limit on Instagram streams? I think reproductive rights should be protected on a federal level. I think civil rights should be protected on a federal level. Having different standards state by state just makes too much chaos. Pro-choice doesn't take the choice away from people, but pro-life wants to take the choice away from others, and it isn't right, in my opinion. I agree with you. I think pro-choice is the more liberty positive decision. And I understand that people are upset that unborns have less rights, but I think biologically that makes sense. Although I've seen some compelling arguments in this very channel where the opposite has been argued well, that we don't grant just permanent open rights to people to do what they want to do with their bodies, that we do perceive people as having certain constraints for living in this society and for protecting potentiality of life as well. So I get both, but choice makes more sense to me. And I personally think we value human life way more than we ought to. Because we're a freaking scourge on this planet, in my opinion. But that's just me. Abortion is healthcare, and that is private between the patient and the medical professional, full stop. I also think that a lot more of our governmental decisions need to be reduced to professional decisions, and the government needs to stay out of them completely. We need a much smaller government. That puts me at direct odds with both the right and the left, because they both want bloated governments for various reasons, and I believe in far less regulation and far less governmental control on almost everything. But unfortunately, that puts me in the same field as a lot of libertarians, and I think libertarians are fucking idiots and quack jobs, and don't deserve to be in our political sphere unless they remake their party. To the other side, I do think there should be regulation, but most people getting abortions in the third trimester aren't just getting cold feet. It's not fair to punish women by putting her ability to have kids or her life at risk because they're more concerned about unborn. I understand that the other argument is that a woman's right to her ability to have kids is not necessarily a trumping ideology for some people, over the life or the potential life of another human being. So I understand where the other argument comes in there. Personally, I agree with you. I believe my personal ideology is that the ability to continue to have kids is enough to replace an unborn child. That makes more sense. Just as we are biologically, we are creatures that can continue to have kids. And so if we lost a kid for whatever medical emergency reason, it would make more sense to do our best to preserve a family's rights to continue to procreate and possibly try again than to try to preserve that one life at all costs of the parents. But I also much more highly value a person's continued existence and history than I do somebody with zero history and just a potentiality. In other words, you know, a woman with 20 years of impact in the world versus a group of cells that has had no prior experience or grouping or impact in the world. I would always value the one who could, one, make more life, and two, has already had an experience that will then continue to have that experience. Wife, you need to earn more and provide for our family. Be a man. Husband works longer hours, takes no time off. Wife, did you read this? This is awful that men are earning more money. What? I'm not sure I understand what that talking point is. If you're talking about like men earning more money than women, that's a problem. I've seen problematic I've seen the study, the main study that people used to describe the wage gap, and I see the problematic analyses in that, the problematic math in that. But I do believe we've still since then done new analyses that discovers a wage gap, but that wage gap, while not explained in the studies, I think is much farther down a rabbit hole than just systemic oppression of women subconsciously by employers believing that they should be valued at less than what they are. I think there are a lot of factors involved. That's a very complex decision. Maybe we'll talk about that in the next Wednesday's discourse, as a matter of fact, since I'm past my own bedtime. So that might have to be the next thing. Does anybody else validate that the Instagram stream is dead or inaccessible to you? It looks frozen in OBS and on Instagram for me, so I think it died on its own. I also don't think it saves VODs, which is... it's fine, I guess. I can always make my own VODs. They're just, it's a lot more computational power to do so. And tonight was the kickoff at trying to see just how quadruple streaming would work. Yeah. It's a nickname here in the Lone Star State for the restrictive conservative ideas. Oh, Al-Qaeda, Saudi Arabia. Nice. Comparing it to places where women have very few rights. Yeah. If we're going to go with a fetus has personhood, then there are other considerations need to be put into place. Where's my tax break for this child? True, though, don't tax breaks exist because of costs for a child, where a fetus might have minimal care concerns for a family, unless you talk about how much food my wife could put away when she was pregnant. I think tax breaks generally come down to how do we provide stuff for a child after it was born because of the exorbitant amount of costs that they end up incurring, whereas a fetus doesn't have quite the same amount of exorbitant costs associated with it. That's the idea. I'm trying to do good counter arguments with you all here. I hope you understand that in general, me personally, I argue for pro-choice and as much rights to the citizen, regardless of gender or anything else, as possible. But I also try to at least express the motivations and ideology of the opposite side as best as I can. And I should also say I'm not a leftist per se. I can't side with the right, but I also don't side with the left. How about the child support for help to help fund this child? I think that kicks in once it's born, right? Will I get financial help for the child who is not compatible with life? Because now I have bills more than most doctors' college loans. For a child who is not compatible with life, like with a miscarriage or abortion, those don't usually cost more than a doctor's college loan, do they? Sam Caped. Oh, sorry, I missed the Kappa. There's a big problem with people insisting, mostly the far right, insisting women shouldn't work and they need to be pushed out of the workplace, and women do get treated worse still because people think women are going to leave because of pregnancy and aren't worth keeping as employees. I mean, those are points you can say, but I'd be curious how anybody could procure proof of those things. In general, in really large companies, a couple of which I've worked for, men leave for pregnancies too. It's just parental leave. It's not like a maternal or paternal sort of thing. There are like separate amounts of time slotted. So if you have a kid, you have a kid. So if you're basing it on that, it doesn't make any sense per se. I also feel like DEI has been something that's been largely pushed on a number of big corporations in our country, such that it's gauche to look at somebody based on what background or gender, race, expression, ethnicity, anything, and make any sort of concept or statement based on like how that person is going to interact with their work. I do feel like there are some larger, older problems that might come into play. A lot of older females in the last few companies I've worked in tended to have been socialized in a way that does not make them necessarily compatible with the Shark Tank experiences of higher up employment, where if you're working in a grunt job and your job is to produce X amount of widget a day, there's nothing that's going to hold you back from that based on gender. But if it's about like advocating for yourself and being assertive in a way that is accepted by the C-level execs and making a name and renown for yourself, that a lot of women were raised without that skill set, or counter raised to be more demure and just more soft spoken as a quality of this is what's perceived as positive in roles of females in society back then. And they still exist. They haven't all phased out or died. They're still out there working with those mentalities. That's not the only contributor, and it's not the end of the discussion, but that's at least one thing I can think of that I see actual proof of, whereas I hear talk about the things that you're raising, but they seem conspiratorial. In other words, like, they might be true. I don't know how anybody would ever fess up to them if they were true. I don't know how anybody would prove or disprove that they're true or not. So that they're hard points to speculate upon and then actually have any teeth to the argument. You know what I mean? I don't use Insta. You should make one and follow me. It's dead for you? Ah, poop. Oh, well. Well, it made it to 4 hours. So, and I had viewership on and off throughout the entire stream, which beats Kick. Kick, for the longest time, had like nothing going on for a while. So the fact that I started Insta stronger already was pretty good. I'll probably do it again tomorrow. It's crazy how much the far right demonizes Muslim/Sharia law. Not as much anymore. Not like the big Sneeko fans and stuff. There's like a whole group of people, or like the Andrew Tate fans. There's definitely like a young right that sees some validity to Sharia. That's literally what they're trying to do as far as the right extremes wants to do when you look at what they want. Yeah, there's a number of like old guard Republicans that are like really against Islam, but there are a number of young Republicans that that see much more much more truth. But of course it's a cherry-picked truth, you know. I just like to poke fun. Making men pay extra at restaurants to address an earning gap seems a bit funny to me. Yeah, that's silly. Obviously, I should just say, personally, I always want to look for a solution that tackles the cause and never the effect. So if, for example, we find that there is a 13 cent to the dollar wage gap between men and women in the United States, something of that nature, or whatever. Should we change the end consumer prices of things? No, because we'll end up gaming the system, right? Like men will find women advocates who will, you know, go do shopping for them or whatever. Like there'll always be ways to exploit that won't actually solve the issue. What really needs to solve the issue is, well, especially with wage gapping going on, we need to be much more transparent and comparative with our pay. I've talked about pay with some of my coworkers, especially when I started in a couple of my last two jobs. I wanted to understand sort of what I was getting into because I was starting like new fields. And I didn't really know well enough to speak to what sort of like the existing market forces were, and they needed espionage. I needed to go in and, you know, talk about it. One of the biggest companies I worked for, they strongly inferred, without saying anything that was illegal, that we really ought not talk about pay with each other, especially folks who are in the same position as each other. And that incensed me to do it even more. Then I wanted to learn from everybody in the company. Well, how much do you earn? How long have you been with the company? What kind of development conversations have you had? Have you gotten any bonuses or merits or anything like that? What are your customer scores? You know, whatever it happens to be. I tried to blow that apart, especially as soon as somebody starts talking in that sort of nature, like, oh, you know, well, it's not fair to other people's development and you don't know what else is going on behind the scenes or some of the bigger details about what's going on with somebody. So don't get in these conversations because you don't know what you're supposed to know to talk about it. All the more reason, all the flags raised. Removing no-fault divorce, removing women's right to vote, wanting women to not have credit cards, has bank accounts, and more. Yeah, that's crazy. My political ideology boils down to not an asshole. I get a lot of angry voices when I said that at Thanksgiving. Because you said the word asshole, are they against swearing? Or do you have family members who are like legitimately like big into politics and you saying something so reductive is maddening to them? Just out of curiosity. Say they have a defect and are not likely to live past a year. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that can cost a ton. The delivery itself and life-sustaining care is exorbitant. I'd have to find the article that had stats. Yeah, in cases like that, I'm much more extreme. I'm not pro-choice. I'm almost more pro do not bring that life into the world if you know that life is going to suffer, because that to me is a form of conceit and torture that parents thrust upon a child, especially if it can be proven that that child will be born with, you know, a certain defect or syndrome or something that is almost certainly going to create just an absolute, you know, horrible life. To me, I find that irreprehensible. As a parent, I can't imagine ever, well, even before I was a parent, would I ever incur suffering upon somebody knowing full well with enough time to stop it? Hey, this really detrimental scenario is going to happen. The power is in your hands to do something to step in ahead of time. Do you fold your hands and just let it happen? Do you commit sin by omission? And I just couldn't. I can't fathom why somebody would do that except for their own bullshit selfishness. For that, I'm not pro just choosing. I'm pro stepping in and protecting somebody from that negative experience. The delivery itself, life-sustaining care. I read that. I mean, just ask around women who took time off because of a pregnancy and then the job let them go. I think that's illegal now, isn't it? Or is that state or federal? At least for the last companies that I worked for, there's no way they could do that. Not a chance. Not a chance in hell. There are some protections, but companies do not like letting women take off for natal leave. And they don't like letting guys take off either, and they want people back to work as soon as possible. I mean, if I was a manager and I had a head count that was then suddenly reduced because somebody was on leave, there's... I guess I'd just, like, you know, suck it up and hire somebody else, or get a temp to fill in, or overwork my existing employees if I was a little bit evil. But the nature of business is people go on leaves, people get sick, people take vacations, people have life events. Happens all the time. If your company already has parental leave, you have to honor that. And if you work in that company, if it's up to you as like a manager to fill in those gaps, you can be mad all you want, but that's the nature of business in the modern world. And if your company wants to stay competitive, it's going to keep offering that. We have such a low unemployment rate in modern times. It's actually like really crazy right now. So much so that there's a free market capitalist argument for opening our borders wider so we can have more people in the company or in the country to sort of like try to spawn like new business and promote new growth in areas, because right now everything is sort of like capped out on personnel. And with that in mind, why wouldn't somebody be able to take leave? Why wouldn't somebody be able to bounce out for a while? We've got so many people waiting in the eaves. You could just hire to temp somebody from one of those contractor companies, or you can buy somebody's work for like 3 months or whatever while somebody else is on leave. There's so many different options now that didn't used to exist. Also, there's a lot of work centers that are highly discriminatory towards women workers, boys club type jobs. Those are dying. Some of them are getting class action lawsuits, as a matter of fact. How do I know that? I work in legal, so yeah. There are a number of places that, yes, were historically boys clubs, and it's getting easier and easier to bring them to light. Yeah. A lot of men also complain about women being in men's spaces and they can't be themselves. I don't know what that means. As a man, I have no idea what it means to have a man's space. If I had to be surrounded by a bunch of dudes or a bunch of chicks, I don't know. Would I really want to just be hanging out with a bunch of dudes all the time? Do I need dude time? I don't know. I'm a dude. I can have dude time alone. Me alone, I'm a dude. What's a man's space? They want people talking about pay with others because they don't want people to see how bad the pay disparity is. All the more reason why it should be protected. You should talk with everybody. I would gladly share. I mean, I wish places like Glassdoor weren't pay to play, because that kind of information needs to be out there. My boyfriend is dealing with that at the moment. He's earning less than a fellow coworker. He's been working the same amount of time as they do. He hasn't gotten a raise in 5 years or so, I think he said. Oh, then yeah, I would absolutely. I would start looking for new jobs, line up something in the eaves, and then be like, hey, so we need to have a talk about my compensation. Yeah. I just said, I'm not an asshole, and they inferred I meant I'm not right-wing. Gotcha. So they immediately assumed that asshole was nomenclature, was secret code. That is pro-choice. I'm not always pro-choice. I'm 99% pro-choice, and 1% compulsory abortion to save somebody from a short life of torture, which is not choice. That is compulsory. Hey, Katie, you're up. I guess you're not up as late as I am because you're in a different time zone. But yeah, I ought to have been asleep, and conversation has just been juicy. So we've been here. I was quadruple streaming for the first time tonight, but it froze at the 4-hour mark, which is now 43 minutes ago. 38 minutes ago, I guess, by my stream timer. So yeah, but we're now officially live streaming on Instagram. I think it's going okay. Nobody has had any complaints about it yet, but we've only done it just tonight. They have to honor it, but they still really don't like letting people do it. How do you? I mean, I hear a lot of this rhetoric and some of the points that you make, that people have like motivations or emotive feelings, but how would you make that claim if somebody had their feet to the fire to state whether or not they have biased policy against like women getting pregnant or against hiring DEI? Everybody's going to answer the same way. Somebody who actually cares is going to say the same thing as somebody who doesn't care, because they all want to be perceived positively in the greater market forces, right? Like nobody's going to answer that negatively unless they really feel like they have a strong conservative traditionalist consumer market that's going to keep paying them their bills. But I don't think like the vast majority of businesses in the US are going to allow that kind of conversation to be had. If it is secreted away, that's fine if they feel that way, as long as their policy doesn't equate to that. I'm okay leaving conservatives alone in our country and having them continue to feel shitty that the world is moving on away from them, as long as they don't act on it. I can't tell them change your feelings on the matter. In fact, I don't know how to make them change their feelings on the matter, because that's one thing the Democrats have historically been really shitty at doing. If the Democrats were better at making the Republicans feel good about social changes and progress in the country, we wouldn't have nearly as much cultural disparity. But I feel like Republicans have been made to feel like shitheads, have been made to feel like assholes. And some of the way they act is in retaliation to the way they've been made to feel. Now, I'm not saying that's the only problem. There's definitely other problems. But that's one thing that I wish I could have seen better from the left, is better support and onboarding of the right into slow incremental change, so that there's less of a cultural backlash like what we're seeing today. They also don't like having to hire more people than they have to, because more workers means paying more people and cutting their profits. Sort of. More workers also means more productivity in a lot of cases too, right? If you overwork less people, you start getting into the overwork problems, right? You have people who do like 3 people's jobs for a short amount of time, and then they suddenly like stress quit, and then you have a big problem, because now you have 4 positions to fill, and you've got no trainers left, no people left behind to do the onboarding of the new people, because you've pushed everybody out the door. I see some horror stories on some like, you know, BuzzFeed sort of articles where they talk about, look at all these dumbass employers that like pushed away their best talent because they did shit like this. But it's becoming less and less of a narrative because it's not sustainable. And those narratives were shared out enough that getting people into positions where there's not enough clientele for too much work was not good for overall, for long-term productivity. They can't be themselves means they can't make crass misogynistic jokes because women are around. Yeah, but you can also sue for, well, not sue for, but you can usually report those people to HR for harassment. We just, in the majority of modern marketplace sort of companies, that kind of behavior is easy to snuff out. And most companies, to try to be competitive in such a low unemployment workforce, are quick to get rid of those people to try to stay competitive. Does 6 months criminal immunity include civil immunity? Sure. I'll say sure. I am living in Ohio. Yeah, I understand your perception is also based on, you know, in part, I'm sure, the environment that you're in. And you're in my opinion, what's been one of the worst states for decades, frankly. Suppose I use my immunity to shoplift or something like that. Would I be on the hook for the money even though I can't be arrested? That's a good question. And I wonder the case of that as far as presidency. Like if Biden actually did something presidential that was perceived as immune, but it had other repercussions like financial repercussions, would there still be an issue there? Could there still be potentially like a court case or something against the United States for reparations to be paid for some really bad policy decision? I would want to say immune means immune, just for the sake of the thought experiment, though. The left is really bad about directly addressing why Republican points are detrimental. They're really bad about arguing why their own points are better or more beneficial. Yeah, I think the worst part is they're really bad on messaging on Judeo-Christian values and their validity in modern society. There are a number of great reasons why religion has persisted as it has in our country. There are great social benefits and many merits to the whole concept of organized religion, and yet it's seen as such a negative component of the right by so many people on the left that it looks demonized, and I think a lot of the right feel like there's an immediate judgment placed upon them just for being religious at all. I think I like it better the other way. And because of that, these are like quick non-starters to conversations. They really do make it so that it's harder to get somebody on the right to even begin to start speaking in terms of like fundamentals or places where the two sides would agree. I still have rooms that are completely barren. Like, what the heck am I doing with this room? I need to look at my notes. The house still has a lot of love to do. I still need to work on it. It feels beautiful and yet like still missing touches to it. Yeah. Yay, you're number one. Oh, wait, not yay. Oh, you mean Ohio? D said he thought Ohio was first in being the worst place for a while now. I don't know if... Well, I don't... Yeah. I'll qualify that. I've been to Florida a number of times. I had family that used to live there. And Florida has its own special style of awful. It has a few different special styles of awful. But I also had ex-family, I should say, in Ohio. And man, I have a bad taste in my mouth for Ohio because of that. That might have just been that region, or maybe even just those people that I met. But yeah, I'd be willing to give every state a chance. But I'm really rooting for Georgia. And one thing that feels good about being here is that because it's in a swing state position right now, I feel even more of a duty to sort of be here for as long as we can hold out and see if my small family and our influence on our friends and cohorts that we've made since we've moved here can help sway us in a certain direction, can help move the state in a certain direction. Because if Georgia can continue its move from red to blue, I think I'd be happy. Even the things that I disagree with on the blue side of politics in our country, a great majority of them boil down to reasons why I think their fiscal policy is poor, whereas the right, I feel, ideology opposition. And I think between the two of them, I would rather try to figure out what to do to protect my finances from a government that I felt as hostile to my money versus try to figure out what to do to protect myself from a government that is hostile to my liberty. The far right pushes Christianity above all religions, claiming the U.S. is a Christian nation or is founded as one. That's the problem. Ohio is really bad in a lot of things. We aren't the worst. I think Alabama holds that. Alabama is, it's got some bad parts. Being its neighbor. We've been through it a few times. No, it's Ohio. If I had immunity, go rob a bank. The big banks aren't going to miss the money. That's true. I can't be arrested for it. They're probably not going to miss the amount of money that I stole. They might even be insured for a certain amount of that money. And it would get me out of the financial situation I'm in. Maybe get the money laundered to clean money while I still have immunity. Might as well. If you're in the big cities like Cleveland, Columbus, Canton, Akron, it's not too bad, but yeah, fuck the rest of the state. Yeah. If I still had to worry about getting caught despite having immunity, then I might not do anything with it. Yeah, my only fear about using immunity is what it might open up, what doors it might open up in the future. Like, how would it affect other people? Would other people use immunity the same way I did? Could it be used by somebody else in the future as a retaliation against what I ended up doing? I'd have fears to use it. I'd want to set precedent by showing that I could have something that powerful and not do anything negative with it. Or try to do positive things that I feel are helpful but are illegal. I don't know what those would be off the top of my head, but maybe something out there has the nature of being like really helpful. Oh, maybe like assisted suicide in some states. Because I know that that's a state-to-state issue, and I feel strongly that everybody has the dignity of their own decisions on the quality of their life. And yeah, maybe I'd use it to help people decide when they wanted to live up till. I'd rather go after Amazon. All of the 1% may 1% of my being may feel bad. That's about it. Oh. Yeah. I mean, the problem with Amazon is they'd almost assuredly take it out on the workers afterwards. Like, oh, hey guys, we just lost this amount to the Grand Master Immune Thief Silvos. So everybody's getting a dock in pay until we can recoup the loss. It seems like something Amazon would do. Hi, Twitch. Hi, Daddy Bezos. Just saying it sounds so wrong. Thanks for the lurk, Jam. I'm probably going to raid out pretty soon. Promise. I do need sleep. Yeah, this person gets to be outside the justice system. That's shady. Yeah, earlier on in tonight's stream, we did have a watcher who happens to be engaged in politics, and he had some interesting shares that did change my mind on immunity, especially the Supreme Court presidential immunity ruling. Namely that, one, it is only for things that would float in court as an actual act of political executive office power. So the idea that Biden could just step in and do whatever he wanted, or whoever wins the next election could, you know, declare himself a king or whatever, it has to make sense as a normal presidential act. You can't just start declaring new ideas and have it go off. And the other part is it's rather a normal sort of granted
Stop kissing everything.
power. Magna, did I go on so long with tonight's stream that I get raided by Magna? Well, thank you so much for the follow. I am a fan. Gigglepuss, it's an honor to have you here tonight. I think once upon a time I raided into your stream, followed, and yeah, I enjoy your channel and your content, and so it is an honor to be followed back by you. Appreciate that. Hello, Raiders. For those of you that are meeting me for the first time, my name is Damian Holme. I am a variety streamer, disruptor of minds, rewriter of your status quo. We have deep conversations and deep dives every Wednesday, and honestly, my other stream nights are starting to become discourse nights as well. Stream Wednesday through Saturday, every night, starting 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, for roughly 4 hours. Tonight's a 5-hour stream because tonight's topic has been juicy, and we've had a lot of side topics. And I stream officially as of today on 4 platforms at the same time. We've already killed the Instagram live stream, but I'm still actively streaming on YouTube, Kick, and Twitch in multicast. If you want to check out my VODs at any time, I highly recommend you go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/DamianHolme, because I am farming for watch hours to try to become a partner again in 2024. So help me make that happen. Every day, go to my YouTube channel and watch all my videos every single day. I have them on playlists. It's easy. Just pop open a playlist. You can hit shuffle. You can hit loop. It'll just keep going. You probably have to periodically click on a video so that it recognizes that you're active. Anyway, we're playing Enshrouded. We're making a huge city. And at the same time, we are discussing what would you do with 6 months of presidential immunity. Or just any immunity. Criminal immunity, civic immunity, civil. You name it. What would you do? Yes, it was very, very long. That is a lot of ham, Magna. But we knew Magna was a ham. How sad. Rated by me. How far you've fallen. No, I find this honestly, I find this an honor. All jokes aside. It's greatly appreciated. From one of my favorite streamers. How far indeed. Glad to be here. I thought it was falling already. So awkward for me. Stop. Everyone loves a discourse. Also, did the math. It's almost 8 months that I've been on a streak. So that puts us into last year, which means I've been on a streak since November. Pretty good. It's pretty good. That is a long streak. Oz is in the 120s, I believe, of stream streak on this channel. That's fantastic. 126. Cheers. Hey, Nasan. Long time no see. I'd rob a bank up to the limit of the insurance each bank has. That's exactly what Kitty was just talking about earlier today. Excellent. That seems to be a strong consensus that we would find a place that could be sort of a victimless crime, i.e. they have insurance, they're like the top earning 1%, they would only affect like billionaires or whatever happens to be. Get yourself rich, get yourself some money so you can do some big things, but do it in a victimless sort of way that probably doesn't hurt too many other people along the way. Yeah. Well, I'd love to say we would stay up forever and ever and continue talking about all these lovely topics. However, it was my bedtime an hour ago, so I should wrap things up. But if I could do one last call to action, I just go in and change guidelines for being president, including if you're too old, you don't represent the masses and therefore you cannot run. You know what? That's a fairly good point. Oz recently sent me a post that was talking about things that are younger than either of our presidential candidates, and the amount of things that were younger than both of them were insane. Just thinking about culturally, like where they were, how they grew up as kids, they don't represent the country that we live in now. They don't represent a vast majority of our experiences. Not that one can't use empathy, but I would much rather have somebody leading us that knew firsthand the majority of experiences in this country than somebody that grew up having just a completely different outlook on how culture was. They were raised under different moralities, under different standards. There are different goals of the country back then. And each household, I feel, had... Here's the one thing that I think America had once upon a time that both presidential candidates probably remember very well and might even believe is still true today. And that is, I believe America had conformity issues. I think older generations were really gung-ho about making sure everybody in their community, all their friends, all their neighbors, all the people at their church, the folks down the street, the people they did business with, everybody was something close to samey. And if they were different, it was in some small, cute, quirky sort of way. That was like, oh, you know, that's that family. They sometimes they have a different holiday than we do every once in a while, but they still play Parcheesi, and the man still wears crew cut shirts, and the woman still makes a ham and wears a nice dress or whatever. It's like the amount of conformity necessary to have social lubricant back in the day was so high. For that reason, I tend not to trust people above a certain age, because I value the disparities between people a lot. I love comparing my ideas against somebody very different from me. I like going to new places, trying new foods, seeing new culture, experiencing a different holiday that I didn't grow up with. Everything, anything. I'm not a conformist, and I don't like being around conformists. Oh, poop. I was so close to the end of that one. Fucking Nepo babies? What's Nepo? I also think people have to pass some sort of test to be able to be trusted to be parents, not just a pregnancy test. Honestly, I'm very much for small government that does not involve itself in the personal lives of people. But I will say, because babies are innocent, imprintable, and so dependent on the ecosystem in which they are born and raised in, there is a certain part of me that would be willing to make an exception to be protective of babies. To say, you know what? if you test below a certain metric, then maybe procreation is not for you. Or if you procreate, maybe that baby should be raised in a different environment than the one that you could provide for it. And I'm not talking about like you have to have a certain amount of money or whatever. I'm talking about love and connectivity.
The streamer of ours just subscribed.
Lady Nico. Well, thank you very much for busting Oz out of the ads. Congratulations, Oz. Welcome to ad-free viewership. Yeah. Cookie cutter life? Yuck. Yeah, very much so. Damn, I came in on Parcheesi. Oh, what's up, Waz? Let's do a shout out for one of my favorite streamers who we just saw live just the other night.
Traversing the countryside. Nope, that one didn't work.
What are we holding?
Wait, I think Toby's mask is a little different. Let's see.
All right. And while we're at it, let's give a shout out to our raid. The famous and without equal Magna Lupus. Thanks so much for popping in and trusting me with your community, as dangerous as that is.
Daughter of Chaos, so you could fuck the Capra Demon. They're built right. I mean, that is probably one of the most intelligent things I've ever heard you say, Kitty.
That is an amazing clip. And also, since I know their stream, and we just got a follow, let's also shout out the Giggle Puss Gang.
Thank you so much for the bits.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Ooh. Actually, this doesn't unbutton anymore.
What, we're doing cleavage or something?
Well, not yet. I'm working on getting a cleavage. I have like a little baby cleavage. But I can't make them bounce on their own. You've got cleavage.
Ooh. Oh my. Oh.
Gotta go.
None of this. No.
Make sure to drop all these fine folks follows, subs, your fur babies. Give them everything they deserve. Hey, we made it. All right. Where do we live off? Oh, nepotism. Yeah. Children of super rich people who never had to work for their money and just inherited it. If we lived in a better society, we would acknowledge much more that environment produces results and that there is an homage necessary for that environment, right? This is the concept behind carbon taxing, that companies that create incredible amounts of emissions and basically rob from the future of the country also, or from the planet, also owe a certain amount back into the infrastructure that they've used and exploited to get that wealth. I do believe that multi-generational wealth exists in the USA in a way that is too protected, and there should be some homage paid back into the system to say like, hey, you know, your great-great-great-grandparents were able to keep your family rolling down the hill so easily. You have immense trust fund money. You have so many opportunities available to you that other people don't. And we just want you to be able to offer back into that environment they granted all this to you, some acknowledgement in the form of tax and provisions for others as a way to say, yes, you got here because of the environment and you pay back into that environment as a result. It's not actual babies. Feels good. I was thinking there's going to be another clip about butts. It's usually about butts, since that so happens every time you and Oz pop in. Can you help us for derailing all of your streams to become about butts, Waz? Thank you for the shout out, my pervert boyfriend. Hey, sometimes it needs to happen. Sometimes cleavage and streams just go together like peanut butter and jelly. All right. We're probably going to wrap things up. If you are available tomorrow, please come back in again, because starting 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, we're going to be playing and hopefully beating the second Mother game, also called Earthbound, on stream. Uh-oh, does this stuff not work anymore? That's weird. I must have broken a step somewhere in there. Well, no worries. I can always jump over them, but still, bad luck. I'm going to hopefully be beating Mother. Sorry, Mother 2 tomorrow night. And if we do, we'll start on Mother 3 immediately. Then on Friday night, we're going to be doing multiplayer fun stuff. Saturday night, we're going through the remake of Myst 2, also known as Riven. It just dropped last month, and we've been doing puzzle games on Saturdays. And this one seems... I'm surprised, but this one seems really good. I haven't said that necessarily about much of the Myst series. I've been a little bit disappointed, except the lore has been really good, but I've been disappointed with the gameplay. And the remake of Riven has been actually pretty fantastic. So my quick call to action before I go to sleep. One, if you have a kick.com profile, or if not, go make one for free. Please follow me there. I'm farming for followers to get to affiliate, hopefully by the end of this year. That's kick.com/Damian Holme. Everything's just / my name, so easy to find. 2, go on YouTube, watch my videos every day, help contribute to my watch hours so I can get partnership at YouTube that much faster. 3, if you're on Twitch, I just love you anyway. Just be cool. Continue to be cool. 4, this week, just today, we started streaming on Instagram. That stream has broken already, so you can't go check it out right this second. But tomorrow, I'll try again. Check it out. Go follow me on Instagram and see how a vertical stream works out. If you like it, cool. Give me notes. Help me out. If I need something tweaked on the UI, let me know. It's a very different experience for me to be streaming in vertical. But we're trying it out. This week will be the beta test, so you all can tell me if it's working out or if it's stupid. And just follow me on Instagram, because I'm on Instagram and you can see cool, dark, creepy things that I post all the time because I'm cool, dark, and creepy. And lastly, just thanks for being here on this discourse night. This was a really good bevy of topics. I loved the way we engaged. I learned a lot, and I super appreciate all of your vulnerabilities and connectivities. You mean a lot to me, and this is exactly what I was hoping we could build in 2024. I was scared to move away from just gaming into deep conversations, but I think we've done a beautiful job so far, and I can't wait to see where this goes in the upcoming streams. I'm on fire for this, and I hope you are too. I think we're at the beginning of something really big. Yeah. All right. Stick around if you're on Twitch. We are going to find somebody to raid out to and continue the love moving forward. If you are on YouTube, well, if you're on Instagram, you've already been kicked. So sorry, guys. that stream just froze. But if you're on YouTube and Kick, we're saying goodnight to you now. If you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll catch you in the next one.